1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass, and we have quite the show for you today. Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, he's going to join us in 30 minutes. So we've been telling y'all about the top of the hour, how you get 30 minutes of commercial-free sports talk radio. Well, after that first one, when we get to 10:30, we will be joined by Sam Quinn of CBS Sports. He is very, very plugged in on everything that's going on. Obviously, the trades keep coming, so we will talk to Sam about what he thinks the Kings should do, what he feels like the value is for some of the big names on the Kings. And Sam and I have had a couple fun back and forths on social media, so very excited to have Sam on the show. He joins us, like I said, in about 30 minutes, so you don't want to move, and there are no commercials up until that point. At 11, we will be joined by Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, and we talked to Coach Eric Martins about some of the series that they have coming up, especially as the Athletics have a couple names, man, in the All-Star conversation. Jacob Wilson leading shortstops in the All-Star vote. Who would have thought that an A's player would be leading an All-Star vote? I'm sure Eric Martins did think that, as he is obviously super plugged in and on the ground. And we talked to Coach as well about some of the scouting, right? They got the Tigers, who have had some hot streaks this season, and not obviously when you have the Giants and the Yankees, you can get up for that. But how that scouting typically goes when it comes to going on the road and trying to take care of business and keep things in a winning view. Also, like I said, trades, and more trades. What are the Blazers cooking? They get Jrue Holiday back, Anthony Simons. So you could argue two names off the board. I know the Kings don't need or didn't need another shooting guard, but you never know. Maybe a deal was there to be made. One deal that we know has been talked about, Jrue Holiday, he goes back to the Blazers. And during crosstalk, Carmichael Dave, who's getting killed. I did not see this post. I was working with Luz Robles, who is really, really big in the mosquito scene here as the season is getting hot. I was doing kind of a promo with Luz Robles of the Sacramento YOLO mosquito vector district. I was doing a hit with her, so I was driving into the studio after that, and I didn't see this Carmichael Dave stuff at all. He's getting fried. He's getting fried by Heat fans and about his proposed trade. And honestly, look, Heat fans, all fans do it. Yeah, okay, Bam is much better than Sabonis. It is what it is. Cool. Well, you got a bunch of how you have a bunch of untouchables when your team stinks. That's just the funniest thing to me. So Dave is getting destroyed. If you are on social media, go help Dave. Go help Dave, okay? Go on X and go help Dave, because the brother is getting cooked on social media. And a lot of that comes down to just the value. And that's another thing we're going to talk to Sam Quinn about at CBS Sports. The value, right? Objectively, no red and beach-colored glasses from Miami, no purple-colored glasses from Sacramento. What does Sam Quinn think about the value of some of these things? But as Jrue Holiday goes for what he went for, the question is, are they going to flip him again? That's what Dave had mentioned. Do they think, hey, let's just bring an adult in the room? What was it, a hot streak of about 15? Was it even 20 games when the Blazers got red hot? I feel like it wasn't 20. I feel like it was more like 10, 15. And because of that, now all of a sudden, yeah, I think we could do this. I think we're not saying uncle. I think we're going to bring in a 34-year-old Jrue Holiday, and we're going to fight for the 6th seed too. These teams just refuse to say uncle, and I would say that this is a form. I don't know. They don't have anybody as good as Tyrese Halliburton. Not yet, at least. You know, I'm a big Denny Avdia guy, but this is the never say die, never say uncle model. We're not going to bottom out. We're going to just keep retool until something makes sense. So that deal was a big one. And obviously the Kings had been connected to Jrue Holiday, and that was something that I didn't like. So I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh man, there's one off the board, because I didn't like Jrue Holiday for the Kings. I didn't like his contract. I don't like the idea of him having to produce at a higher level. Weirdly enough, maybe he makes more sense on the Blazers based on what their setup is. They still have some guy. They still have Jeremy Grant. They still have DeAndre Ayton. And we thought they were going to offload some of these older guys. They actually add more older guys and offload one of their younger guys, Anthony Simons. And I don't know who all saw this coming. And real quick, the Boston Celtics have traded Jrue Holiday to the Portland Trail Blazers for Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks, sources tell ESPN. So we'll see I don't think they're going to try to flip Jrue again. I don't know that. But to me, with that contract, now the question becomes, well, who would be, I would say the Kings, but who would be involved with that flippage, and what would they be getting back, right? If their plan is to now flip Jrue for young assets and draft assets, if the Kings were involved, and we're going to talk about it, Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee writes that Keegan and Keon are not being discussed. The Kings aren't in that conversation. I'm just not sure who, and there's always somebody, don't get me wrong, but who would be in that conversation to help the Blazers get younger. You just should have not been involved in that conversation. But maybe I'm underselling Jrue Holiday. Only time will tell. From the Boston side of things, now Anthony Simons is on an expiring contract. This was an opportunity to get a rent. So Boston, we had played around with the DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine thing. Boston leaves that conversation now because they got their rental. Anthony Simons is essentially a prove-it deal, even though he's been cashed out. They're all cashed out, don't get me wrong. But this is essentially a prove-it deal because he's got 1 year left on his contract. So Anthony Simons is going to try to ball out, and I don't know how. I guess it's possible that they keep Anthony Simons because they're still paying Jason Tatum. I know some rules change when guys get injured. But do they want to live in a world where Anthony Simons is trying out for the Celtics? Or is this a prove-it deal and somebody else will cash him out? I think it could go either way, but Anthony Simons is going to get plenty of shots up out there in Boston with Derek White, who's still on the team as of right now. Obviously, Jaylen Brown. He's, like I said, he is a 2-guard. They don't really have that. That's the one interesting thing about the Boston side of this. You could see Peyton Pritchard, I guess, get more time, and obviously he will, because is Peyton Pritchard the only pure point guard on the Celtics now?
Depends how you feel about Derek White.
And then I would say Peyton Pritchard is the purest point guard. He's for sure the purest point guard on the team. There are multiple ball handlers.
Yes.
Anthony Simons can handle the basketball. Don't get me wrong.
Jaylen Brown can handle the basketball
with his right hand. Yes. So there are guys that can handle the basketball, but I think this is an opportunity for Peyton Pritchard, and we took a look at his contract last week as well. So rental situation for the Celtics, they can decide if they think Anthony Simons fits or not, and they can keep him because, you know, that Jrue Holiday contract is gone now. Do they want to get back into the big salary thing? I think they'd really have to like Anthony Simons. And also, on the other side of it, do they still have Derek White at this time at the end of the season or going into the next offseason? Maybe Anthony Simons has a crazy season and they decide, yeah, we don't want to pay Derek White $30 million. We'd rather pay Anthony Simons that money. Or, you know, Jaylen Brown, Anthony Simons look better than Jaylen Brown. We don't really want to pay you $60 million. Now, I don't know if who wants to pay Jaylen Brown $50-60 million, but we'll find out a lot more. And the Celtics basically just enter the chat of, we have a rental. It's the East, so we're probably going to be a 4 through 6 seed, and we'll see what happens at the end of the season.
They still probably have one of the top 5 players in the East, which I know we'll talk about, I think, at like 12 o'clock. But even without Tatum, Jaylen Brown still might be one of the 5 best players in the East. So you could say at least you have a shot of being a top 5 seed next year.
From Jared Weiss, friend of the show who covers the NBA for The Athletic, he says Sacramento, Toronto, and Dallas were all interested in Jrue Holiday, but he lands back with the Blazers team that flipped him to the Celtics 2 years ago. Rumbling started moving earlier this evening that the Blazers were serious about bringing in Holiday to fortify their defensive culture as they make a playoff push next season. Anthony Simons had some fans in the Celtics front office when he was entering the league so he could be a long-term play for Boston, even if he's on an expiring deal. So are we going to do the win-win thing? We can if we want. I think from my side of things, reading that and just kind of going back over everything that I've seen, yeah, the idea that Dave kind of floated, and look, anything can happen, but the idea of the Blazers flipping Jrue Holiday yet again, I mean, you running the boomerang on something. I don't personally see that happening. And Jared Weiss and what he had to say kind of makes me feel as if the Blazers are again, the same conversation we had yesterday, right? After the Rockets, the Thunder, and we're just going to give that respect to the Nuggets because of Jokic. We don't know. We think all these teams are going to make moves, but we don't know. And because we don't know, the Blazers could say, look, Toumani Camara is all defense right now. Denny Avdia took a leap last season, and no, Allen, we're not sending him to Sacramento. We got some guys that we're really excited about, and we're going to see what we can do. It's Shaedon Sharpe. We don't even talk about Shaedon Sharpe. The dude got benched. He took it on the chin like a man, and he played some of the best basketball of his career after that point. So the Blazers, who we messed around and thought, are they going to make a move? I think they probably played it the right way and just, hey, we're not going to waste our time. This is a team where, yeah, we don't, when I was joking about my prop talk, the hashtag we don't trust you prop talk, when I ran unders on everything, this is the Blazers saying, we don't trust you to the rest of the Western Conference, saying outside of 3-4 teams, we don't know we're not afraid of anybody outside of those 4 teams. So why don't we see what we can do? I still think they have some players that don't make sense. I think that Jeremy Grant, they're probably just going to eat it at some point and just take bad value to get off of that contract. And at this point, he's just it's just creating a log jam.
He's just a backup who makes $30 million.
Exactly, because at this point, you want to give runway to your guys. But besides, and we'll see what happens with DeAndre Ayton. Those are the two. The Matisse Thybulle, who cares? Yeah. But they're saying, we don't trust you, Western Conference. We just watched the Western Conference go up to the last game where the 4 seed and the 8 seed were all decided by one day, right? A weekend. So we believe that if we start off, and I believe they extended Chauncey as well, we believe if we take the momentum that we had from the end of last season, we can be in that conversation too and build some momentum. The biggest question I think that they have is, what the hell is Scoot? And I don't know, and I think they're trying to find out, but also we're not going to let trying to find out hinder us from getting to a playoff spot.
Well, I think there's also a second question for them now, right? Because they've got 2 through 4 is set, right? They've got Jrue Holiday at the 2, and Shaedon Sharpe is going to back him up. Mm-hmm. They've got Denny Avdia at the 3, and
wait, who do you have as point guard?
Scoot.
Okay, so you think it's time for Scoot to start?
It's what is it? Poop or get off the pot?
Yeah. Yes.
I think it's that time for Scoot, right? So it's going to be Holiday at the 2, Sharpe backing him up. It's going to be Avdia at the 3, and probably, I guess you could say Jeremy Grant backing him up. It's going to be Toumani Camara at the 4 with Time Lord, and it's going to be DeAndre Ayton with Klingon. They got to decide.
they kind of cooked.
No, they're really good. They just need a point guard, but they're hoping that's going to be Scoot.
Or Jrue.
Well, I don't think Jrue is their long-term point guard
I'm
plan.
saying next season. I'm just saying next season.
I would guess also that I think they have like pick 12 in the draft right now. I would guess that's probably going to be a point guard, would be my guess.
Walter Clayton. Come on down.
Jace Richardson.
Oh, well,
he's not a point guard, apparently.
Right.
Even though he's 6 feet tall. I say, or maybe they'll get the guy from BYU. That would be my guess. But they also got to figure out, is Klingon the center of the future, right? Because they're kind of in that weird position of either Klingon's going to be the guy and they can move on from Ayton, or they're going to extend Ayton and have to trade Klingon probably for, a Zion Williamson package or something like that. So that's the other question is are Scoot and Klingon, is one of those guys going to be the guy? Because everything else looks pretty good.
I was going back and forth with some people yesterday, and Miami, the conversation that Dave is having, because, and this is the same thing that happened, and now my feed is just flooded with Miami fandom and Miami pages that I don't care about. Same thing happened with the Spurs before the De'Aaron Fox trade happened, and now there's some overvaluing going on probably both sides here, and now Jaime Jaquez is the next, I don't even know, Kevin Love, if you will. All these guys can't get moved, and DeMar DeRozan is a bum. And look, the bottom line is, if you don't want to do the deal, don't do the deal. But you're not going to tell me that DeMar DeRozan is just worth Terry Rozier's expiring contract and Duncan Robinson. I mean, you can miss me with that. And the Miami Heat, they may just do that because they don't want to say uncle, but their uncle is different, right? The Blazers, at some point, I understand why the Blazers made the move, because you kind of did the tank thing. You moved off a Dame, but you still got some guys. And it was maybe for the Blazers as a whole, what are you actually doing? And we had a Blazers writer on to ask that. Miami, they also don't want to say uncle, but they don't want to give up assets. So this is what they've been doing. This is why they missed out on Kevin Durant. And if you think that DeMar DeRozan is not good enough to give up number 20 or Jaime Jaquez or Nikola Jovic, who some people aren't sure whether or not he's going to be an elite basketball player or not, it's too soon to tell, then that's fine. Then just keep fighting. And look, here's the argument. If you're the Heat, and we said this because Kevin Durant goes to the Rockets, they couldn't foresee this coming. But if you're the Heat now, Kevin Durant, we knew the Heat were the only Eastern Conference team that he was talking to, but you didn't get Kevin Durant. Tyrese Halliburton now ruptures his Achilles. And by the way, go check out during one of the breaks, go check out Tyrese Halliburton's write-up. I thought it was incredibly real. People, will joke him and call him corny, things like that. I thought that was one of the realest statements I heard or read, just as far as, you'll come back stronger. And he said, I really don't want to hear that right now. And I think it was very, very real how he kind of went about it, because it's true, man. Sometimes when you're dealing with stuff in life, it's not that people aren't telling you the right things. Sometimes you just need time, right? And sometimes you don't really want to hear it, and it takes a while to kind of get there. So go check that out from Tyrese Halliburton. But Tyrese Halliburton, he tears his Achilles now. He ruptures his Achilles. So if you're the Heat, you might, if you figure it out, and if Tyler Hero stops doing streams with, and all these guys, they make all the money in the world, but now they want to be on streaming platforms, and they want to, he's talking to Aiden Ross, and 1950s didn't exist. If he can focus, right, and Jovic and Jaime Jaquez, all these guys that you don't want to give up for KD and DeMar DeRozan, if they actually are half of what you think they're going to be, then don't make the move. You might not have to, because the East is a complete poop show next season. So don't make the move. But if you're the Kings, I'm not moving off of DeMar DeRozan for Terry Rozier. And this is what we talked about yesterday. I'm not moving off of DeMar DeRozan for Terry Rozier and Duncan Robinson. I just say no harm, no foul on both sides.
Yeah.
Right? We don't need it doesn't have to argue. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to try to denigrate what DeMar DeRozan has done. We don't have to kind of talk down upon what Heat players have done. We just don't have to make the move. You don't have to. You're in the East. That's a good thing. You don't have to do squat. You're in the East.
Well, I think they want to do something, right? Because they didn't get adequate value for Jimmy Butler, right? They got Andrew Wiggins and Kyle Anderson.
And slow-mo.
Yeah. Like, they still need a number 1 or 2. And I know they believe that they're probably more looking for a number 3, and maybe that's why DeRozan makes more sense. But I think if they're going to compete at the highest level, I don't know if Tyler Hero is ever going to be that number 1 on a championship team type of player, which, by the way, they don't even need him to be, right? The Miami Heat's whole thing is like, we retool, we wait for free agents to come, or we wait for the right trade to come available, and then we'll make it, right? So they don't have to have the number 1 yet. They'll just wait until that player wants to come play for the Heat. Kevin Durant wanted to go play for the Heat, so that I'm sure there will be a number of teams or a number of players who say they want to play for the Heat in the years to come.
They got to play ball, though.
But in the meantime, they're going to keep trying to make the Tyler Hero and Bam thing work until a better option comes along, I feel like.
Keep them untouchable. That's no skin off my back. Keep them untouchable. I do not care.
Which is why DeRozan, I guess, is the only name, or I guess the only name we've seen connected to them, just because, hey, they wanted to make Jimmy a number 3. DeRozan's probably a number 3 at this stage of his career, makes number 3 money, seems like a good fit, right? So it seems like everyone's trying to make it work, even if the Kings and Heat maybe don't necessarily want to make it work.
Yeah, and obviously only time will tell. You see look, Desmond Bane, to me, I'm high on the Magic. I was high on the Magic going into this season, and injuries just kind of derailed their season. As far as the Heat are concerned, and I'm not trying to be a hater at all, I don't think they're better than the Celtics now with Anthony Simons. I don't have them over the Celtics. I don't have them over the Pistons. We'll see who re-signs and things like that in Detroit. I don't have them over the Celtics. I don't have them over the Knicks. I don't have them over the Pistons. I don't have them over the Magic.
I might not have them over the Bucks.
We'll see.
I mean, yes, obviously.
If Kyle Kuzma gets his talents given back to him from the Monstars who seem to have taken it, then I don't even know if I have them over the Bucks. I think that's where the conversation starts at the 5 seed in the East. And if that's how you want to rock and roll, which is what Miami has done, cool. But if I'm Scott Perry, I'm not selling low for DeMar DeRozan for that.
Depending on how you feel about Orlando, the conversation kind of starts at the 6th seed in the East.
Well, I already said Orlando.
Yeah, I know.
I already said Orlando.
So you're looking at what? You mentioned Boston. I think Boston's still pretty clearly a top 5 with Jaylen Brown. So you're looking at Cleveland, New York.
I didn't even say Cleveland. Yeah, so you're right. 6.
Cleveland, Detroit, Boston, New York, Orlando. I'm not going to just throw the Pacers out to dry. They just were 1 game away from the NBA Finals.
I'm not going to throw the Pacers out to dry. And you know what? And maybe I am being a little bit of a hater now. Masai Ujiri and the Raptors. I would take Miami, but I got to see it. We haven't even seen that yet.
Right. There's other teams that are on the up and up in the East, right?
So go ahead. Don't take DeRozan.
And we're not even talking about the Sixers. What if the Sixers get this thing together?
What if he gets Iron Man, Iron Heart's coming out on Disney Plus? What if Joel Embiid gets the Iron Heart knees?
Or what if Jared McCain comes back from his ACL and is like scoring 24 a game like he was kind of doing before he tore his knee?
What if put the mic down? Just put the mic down, podcast P.
I don't think it's the podcast. I think it's the being old. But
give me the mic.
Look,
give me the mic, podcast
no,
P.
You can't. So, you can't take it away from him and that white guy who does the show with him.
Yeah. So look, if you're Miami, don't do the deal. And if you're Sacramento, I wouldn't do the deal. I will say this: when it comes to Sacramento, I personally think that when it comes to Scott Perry and the decisions that he's making, this could easily be a reassessment year. I know it would be painful for Kings fans, but you have to, the way he's tweeting, the Motivation Mondays, preaching patience, I'm done with bad deals. And we're going to talk, we're going to rehash De'Aaron Fox versus Kevin Durant. At least Kevin Durant, he did give a list of teams. And I know we've sat there and said the Kings, I think it's a both sides thing. Not to get political. It's a both sides thing. De'Aaron Fox did put the Kings in a tough spot, and I think the Kings just chose the wrong direction, which was really no direction. But with that being said, let's see what Zach LaVine, because I'm hearing whispers, okay? Can Zach LaVine's name reemerge? Is there a team out there that is willing to take a chance on damn near a 50, 40, 90 guy that you just need him to get buckets? You don't need him to, hey, go play make, even though you're not really a playmaker like that. We need a point guard, Zach. So we need you to do that too. A heck of a show coming up for you. When we return, Sam Quinn of CBS Sports joins us to break down everything going on in the NBA world and how it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. You do not want to move a muscle, and we will be right back in about 2 minutes. Allen Stiles, on Sports.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, movie fans, get ready for the most authentic racing film there's ever been. F1, the IMAX experience.
They're saying Sonny Hayes isn't a has-been. He's a never was.
Starring Brad Pitt, F1 the movie puts you in the driver's seat of high-octane drama and speed. Filmed for IMAX, feel the rush of the track like never before on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen with horsepower audio. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento. F1 playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We are back. I told you don't go anywhere because we are joined now by the one, the only Sam Quinn, NBA reporter for CBS Sports. And Sam, we've been kind of having some fun back and forth on social media, so I was really excited to try to get you on the show. And I know you're running around with the draft tomorrow, and obviously a trade could happen during this segment as we're going. So I really appreciate you taking the time.
Trade could have. I was about to go to bed last night, and a trade happened. Anytime, any place. That's this time of year.
Let's start here, Sam. I'm seeing these videos from the Oklahoma City parade. I want to get your general thoughts on the idea of models out here in Sacramento with Jordi Fernandez, who had spent some time in Denver, and you had Sabonis, who a couple years ago was kind of viewed as a diet Jokic, if you will. It was the Denver Nuggets model, and now we have the Oklahoma City model and the Rockets model where you can just tank and it works out, even though we've seen that not work. Then you have the Pacers, which is the get the star in the retool model, which is kind of similar to the Thunder in a way. How do you feel about the models now? And let's say the Blazers deciding they kind of semi-tank, they go get Scoot, a couple other guys, but doing the second draft retool thing, going to get Jrue Holiday. Where are you at with the NBA as it pertains to quote unquote models to follow?
I think a lot of that stuff is overblown. I don't think any two roster builds are ever identical. I think it's generally pretty straightforward. Your goal is to get a lot of very good players. Ideally, 1 or 2 of them are a star, and you want those very good players to do different things, right? The Knicks didn't do anything that the Thunder did, right? Like, they didn't draft anybody. Yeah. Every team, you look at the teams that are successful, Indiana's model is totally irreplicable, right? Like, all they did was pluck guys on rookie deals who hadn't performed as well as, their teams had expected. And they get to Indiana, and all of a sudden they're the best versions of themselves. No two teams are in identical situations. No two teams have the same roles to offer guys. No two teams have the same coaching staffs. Mm-hmm. I think your general philosophy is start by getting a couple of foundational pieces, however you need to go about that, whether you draft them, whether you trade for them, sign them in free agency, whatever, and then just start adding players that make sense next to them after that. I don't think you can ever look at one way of building a team and saying, oh, the Thunder have proven this way is best. It's going to be entirely circumstantial. It's going to depend on what kind of players are available to you, what you're in a position to do. So I would think that's overblown. Every team is in its own situation.
Talking to Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, and I actually want to take it here because you said a word, foundational. And Sam, it's starting to feel like Domantas Sabonis is just the most confusing foundational piece in the history of the NBA. Where are you at with Domantas Sabonis as it in regards to him being a quote unquote foundational player? I mean, they kind of tried to do the thing, like I said, the Denver thing, and then they move off of De'Aaron Fox, DeMar DeRozan. That combo didn't get a lot of time, but this new iteration didn't work very well either. The curious case of Domantas Sabonis, how do you value him?
I was of the opinion for a long time that you couldn't win a championship with a weak defensive center. Jokic made me rethink that a little bit, but I do think we need to be honest. Sabonis can be a very good player without being Jokic. Jokic is his own thing. I don't know that I would use him as a barometer for anybody else, but you have to go in if you have Sabonis with the understanding that rim protection is going to be a vulnerability for you. You have to be totally stout everywhere else defensively if you're going to be viable with Sabonis as your center. One of the problems the Kings have had is that they really haven't had good defensive players around him. Mike Brown was a good defensive coach. I think he's one of the best floor raisers in the NBA, when it comes to just getting bad defensive players up to average, up to competence. But now Mike Brown is gone. You look up and down that roster. Keon Ellis is a very good defender. I'm very excited about him. I think Keegan Murray is a little underrated, maybe not as consistent as you'd hope, but good defensive tools. And I think somebody you could be a part of a good defense. After that, DeMar's a mess. Malik Monk doesn't really defend. You go up and down that roster, and it's like you're not doing Sabonis any favors with the ways that you've built your team. I think Sacramento, like, it's hard to build with Sabonis. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you go up and down that roster, and they have a lot of different guys who present challenges that aren't really getting addressed. It's hard to build around Zach LaVine, too. He hasn't had really any playoff success in his career. It's hard to build around DeMar DeRozan, and I think all of these guys have sort of been acquired haphazardly and not necessarily placed onto a roster with any thoughtful care. I don't know that any of these guys make sense together. I don't know why they thought reuniting DeRozan and LaVine made sense.
Yeah, they're calling them the Sacramento Bulls out here, Sam. Talking to Sam Quinn, NBA reporter for CBS Sports. Let's stick with DeMar DeRozan now. Look, I'm out here, Sam. I'm fighting with Miami Heat fans who they want to give you some bubble gum and some sun chips for DeMar DeRozan. I'm of the mindset that I think DeMar DeRozan is maybe a little bit undervalued, but maybe I have purple colored lenses on. How do you think these trades from Desmond Bane to Kevin Durant to now Jrue Holiday, how do you think these trades have affected DeMar DeRozan's value, if at all?
I don't think DeMar DeRozan is going to like net positive value in a trade. I think you can use him as matching salary. Like we know the Kings want a point guard. Sabonis was not subtle about that. They obviously could use defensive upgrades as we've covered. I think that's like neutral matching salary where you can send him out and not have to attach a pick. But this is a guy in his mid-30s who doesn't defend and doesn't shoot threes. That's not what the NBA is about anymore, right? The whole like, oh, he can get a bucket but doesn't do anything else. Those players just aren't especially valuable. We live in a world where Mikal Bridges nets 5 first-round picks in a trade. Desmond Bane gets 4. Right now, the thing that teams value more than anything are players that can easily slot onto any roster, right? That don't have weaknesses. DeMar has strengths. They're pretty significant. There's a reason that he's made so many all-star teams, but he has pretty significant weaknesses too. And if you're trying to win a championship, you don't want to have to cover for those things, right? Yeah. So I think teams at the highest level are probably looking at DeMar and saying, he doesn't really make sense. He's not good enough to be a primary offensive engine anymore, but he does come with all these weaknesses that we don't really want to cover. But then if you look at rebuilding teams, it's like, why do we want to give him our minutes and our shots? Why wouldn't we want to just give those things to our younger players? So there's not an obvious fit. You know, Miami does make some sense after they missed out on Kevin Durant. Miami's just kind of in the middle. They don't really have any obvious move to make here, but I don't know that DeMar has a really significant market. I think if you're using him, it's probably matching salary, either to get a point guard or to get like a more versatile forward to stick next to Keegan Murray. They need to balance that roster out. It's way too guard heavy at the moment.
You're killing me, Sam. You're killing me right now. I'm thinking I saw the Suns shopping Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, guys like that. I think it's interesting, but they've had defensive problems too. Well, there is somebody on the squad that can shoot threes at a high level, Sam. Talking to Sam Quinn of CBS Sports. Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine was dang near a 50, 40, 90 guy. He went through a lot this past season, and he still put up some numbers. Sam, do you think, I know the contract is tough, okay? But do you think there is a team out there that, again, missed out on KD or, you know, feel like they are in the market for someone? Do you think there's a team out there who could talk themselves into a Zach LaVine the same way the Kings did? And the Kings weren't alone. There were reports about the Warriors as well. Do you think there's a team that might be able to talk themselves into a Zach LaVine at some point?
Yeah, I think there would be. You could move him, right? That contract I don't think is quite as onerous anymore as it was at first. You've lopped off the first few years. He had a good year. He was healthy last year for the most part, played well. And unlike DeMar DeRozan, I think the big difference is he shoots threes. So you don't have to worry, oh, what's he going to look like off of the ball? Right. He'll at least space the floor for you. He's a very, you can run a bench offense through him. He's not going to be, somebody who's going to drive a top 5 offense. But if you have a better offensive player on your team and you're saying, oh, we really struggle when this guy's on the bench, LaVine can carry you for half a quarter, for a quarter if you need him to. I think there would be interest. I don't know that the value would be especially high, but Chicago spent a year and a half just trying to get rid of the money. I don't think that's the case anymore, so long as he remains healthy. I do think for Sacramento, though, the danger you run into, he gets hurt again and poof, all that progress is gone. Chicago saw this, right? You can't trade a guy like that with that much money when you're concerned about his health. I think he's become a little bit underrated as a player. I think he can help a team win. It's just very, very difficult at that price point.
Sam Quinn, before we get you out of here, because I know you're running around. Sam, let's just pretend you're in Sacramento and your name is Scott Perry. What would you do right now going into the offseason? What would you do if you were in control of the Sacramento Kings and you were in that front office? What would you do?
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that, especially in this market, but you got to blow it up, right? I mean, where I'm looking at this is that they have a 500 or so team in a conference with 9 or 10 really, really competitive, like up from championship level at Oklahoma City and Houston down through like Dallas is going to be really good, right? And Portland just made a trade to improve. That whole Western Conference from like 1 to 10 is so good, so deep, so strong. I don't know what the win now upside is here. I think you could probably get pretty good stuff back if you put Sabonis on the table, if you put LaVine on the table, put even Murray on the table, right? It would be so easy. And the Kings, unfortunately, have a lot of experience with this to get to the bottom in the West right now. I know in Sacramento, in that market, there's not a great history with tanking. It hasn't been fortunate for them in the past. I would just say they're kind of aimless right now, right? If your goal is to just be competitive and hang around 500, yeah, they can do that. If you want to take meaningful strides and actively jump into the championship conversation eventually, that starts with getting an all-NBA caliber player, somebody who's not like Sabonis, who's going to hang around the fringes of it and be flawed. Like, you got to get a top 5, top 10-ish player, and the only way you do that in this market is by drafting them. So if I were them, I would blow it up. I don't think they have any taste for that in that market. Vivek Ranadive has obviously experienced his fair share of losing. I don't think he's eager to go back towards it intentionally, but I'm not him. I haven't lived through these 18 of 19 years in the lottery. My decision would probably be a little bit different.
Sam Quinn, incredible stuff. Thank you so much, man. We got to do this again. Be sure to follow Sam Quinn on social media and check out all of his work on CBS Sports. Thank you again, Sam, and we'll talk to you soon. That was Sam Quinn of CBS Sports. When we return, we break down everything that we got from Sam, and also we answer why Keegan Murray isn't being talked about. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Shea Langoliers, out with that strained left oblique, started a hitting progression, and Mark Kotze said that he's making a lot of good progress. Grant Holman, out with that right shoulder rotator cuff tendonitis, felt discomfort in his right shoulder after his outing, and an MRI revealed the tendonitis. At this time, there is no timeline for his return. That was your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it.
Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Roseville Auto Mall is Northern California's ultimate destination when looking for your next vehicle. Find the largest selection with 20 top brands. Find spectacular deals during our big 4th of July sales event going on now at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Looking for family fun, thrilling baseball, and unforgettable memories? Come out to Sutter Health Park and catch the Sacramento River Cats in action. Great games, great food, and great times await. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Thanks again to Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, and a lot of great information there. Look, I would say this. The biggest takeaway is me getting maybe thrown some cold water on the face as it pertains to DeMar DeRozan. Sam Quinn not feeling like DeMar has a ton of value just simply because of the setup of teams, right? This is not the same at all because I would say this is not to be said in a disrespectful way, right? But when we've had conversations about the Jeremy Lins of the world and the Isaiah Thomases of the world, the OG pizza guy, and these dudes are better than guys on NBA rosters, but they can't get on NBA rosters because, hey man, there's no real seat for you right now. Like I said, DeMar DeRozan is a Hall of Famer, but essentially Sam Quinn was alluding to the idea of hey, we don't really want you to take away shots from the young guys if you're a rebuilding team, and if you are a contender, do you see enough value there? Now, to Sam's point, they might see the value in having DeMar DeRozan as a super sub, but they're not going to give you a ton of value back for DeMar DeRozan to do that for them. So that's where we're currently at right now. And the long and the short of it, and to kind of read the tea leaves on what Sam is saying and the conversations that we've had, is you could damn near make the argument that Zach LaVine has more value than DeMar DeRozan right now, just because of how the game is played. And Sam talking about the issue with all of these guys, something's not wrong with them, but there is an issue with all of the big names, right, that the Kings may try to move. The Zach LaVine issue is it's still a fairly small sample size since the injury, and kind of like what we talked about with Cam Johnson and the Nets deciding not to move on from him. He gets the ankle thing. Then they ended up, I would say, being stuck with him, but kind of. They thought they were in the Giannis conversation. I think they thought that for a while. So they weren't incredibly motivated to move Cam Johnson, and now we'll see what happens. If Zach LaVine, even if it's any type of tweak, and the names that might be interested in Zach LaVine, they're going to go away because of Zach LaVine's history. So I think that's a decision that needs to be made as far as the Kings are concerned. How badly do you want to get off that contract when we know that, historically speaking, the Kings have liked Zach LaVine for a very long time? So I think that is a bit fascinating when you look at who has more value between DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. It really just depends on what you're looking for. DeMar DeRozan doesn't cost as much, but are you looking at a super sub? I mean, there are guys that come off the bench for $25 million. Not everyone's intention, but there are guys where that happens. So
Cavaliers did it with DeAndre Hunter.
I'm still in the camp of, and maybe that's a move that's at least is interesting. I think Cavs fans would say, well, no, DeAndre Hunter is a better player than DeMar DeRozan. So now we have the conversation of what happened with Desmond Bane and the Magic. Now there's a conversation of fit, right? And the Heat, the more we go back and forth with it, is that the team where you get the most value because that fit matters the most, outside of some of these other teams where, you know, the Timberwolves, they could maybe say, and I don't know who he'd be taking shots from with the Timberwolves, and we had a bit of that conversation yesterday. Zach LaVine, I call him a drag and drop player. He just moved not fully across the country, but dang near, from Chicago to Sacramento, had a baby, was asked to be a playmaker, and was asked to fulfill the duties of a franchise guy, and he really didn't blink. Right now, people can say he's a merchant, he's a bad team merchant, and I even said it myself. You started to see Zach LaVine go off once the game was just a little out of reach, and that was frustrating. But numbers to number, that again, I don't think Zach LaVine was put in a great situation. The theme continues. I don't think Zach LaVine was put in a great situation. So you put Zach LaVine in on a team with a more sturdy foundation, and all we need is for you to just get buckets. And like Sam Quinn said, we will run you with the bench unit sometimes as well. You're the leader of the bench unit, but obviously we're going to start you. You're a highly paid second or really highly paid third option, but we're seeing what we can do. I think if you're an Eastern Conference team, that's a move. The West, I don't know who Zach LaVine is really helping in the West enough. The East, to me, if you are a Bucks, could you talk yourself, and we'll do the money thing, sure, but could you talk yourself into Zach LaVine now in a wide open East? I'll overpay for Zach LaVine for a little bit while the East is a complete mess right now.
I think we're talking about like the secondary tier of teams, right? So you're looking at Milwaukee, Miami, even though I don't think Miami would do it. Team not the top 6, but teams that are trying to get into the top 6, which if you're thinking of a Western Conference team, I still think the one that makes some sense because of their financial situation is the Michael Porter Jr. and Zeke Naji for Zach LaVine's switch. Do you just say Zach LaVine's a better Michael Porter Jr. and that's how we make our upgrade? But outside of that very specific situation where the Nuggets paid Michael Porter Jr. $200 million, other than that, it's like, not a lot of situations. Philadelphia is another example. We talked about the Paul George situation. Like, there's only but so many situations where paying $47 million to Zach LaVine is an upgrade worth making for one of those teams.
Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, joins us. 30 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. We start with Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. We make our way around to what Jason Anderson had to say as far as Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis being not talked about. I won't say untouchable, but not talked about in these trade conversations. And why is that? We answer all that. 30 minutes commercial free. Sports Talk Radio and your local Sports Talk Radio when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the way Nick Kurtz has been going, it's easy to forget that just over a year ago, he was finishing his college career at Wake Forest. Back-to-back game-winning home runs, including the 447-foot walk-off shot against the Astros to begin the most recent homestand, the longest walk-off for the A's since they began keeping track of those things 10 years ago. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
$11 on Tuesday. You know what that means. We are joined by the one, the only Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, as always, thank you so much. I was double checking the schedule. You're in Detroit right now?
Yeah, we're in Detroit. We got here on Sunday night, had an off day here yesterday.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to check in. And, one thing, I was watching one of the games before we even get into a lot of the good stuff as far as the all-star voting is concerned. You're at third base, and I'm thinking, how do you, just throughout your career, is it just a feel thing when you decide to send somebody, or you say, no, I don't think so? Obviously you're doing your homework. If the right fielder has a cannon, obviously you make decisions there, but how much is it research versus just a feeling, and how you make those decisions, your gut decisions, in the matter of seconds once the hit or whatever situation happens?
It's a combination of both, man. It's a combination of knowing the outfielder's arms, how they throw, if they're going to their left, to their right, who my base runner is, the situation of the game. Do we take a risk here to add an extra run? How does our bullpen look? I mean, there's a lot of things that goes into it that make my decisions, and there's certain ones that obviously the base runners are the most important ones, depending on who you have at second base. They get a good jump, good lead, good turns. You're more likely to take a risk with those guys, and guys that aren't very good on the bases, you really have to be diligent in your work and making a decision whether to send them or not.
Well, and the other thing is let's say a decision gets made and it doesn't work in your favor. Guy gets called out. Funny enough, I was in the Dave Stewart Invitational long ago, and it was at the Coliseum. I'll never forget playing Valley Christian in San Jose. It's a foul ball right between the right fielder, first baseman. Our third base coach was our head coach. Coach, tell me why I get hosed. He sends me at third base. I get hosed, and he didn't even wear it. At least tell me if a decision gets made. You say, guys, that was my bad. He let me sit there looking crazy.
You know what, man? It's like everything in life over here. Is if the mistake and the out happens because of my decision, it's on me. But if they're safe, they're supposed to be safe, right? But if they get thrown out, it's my fault. So that's just kind of baseball, right? It's like the hitting coaches, the hitters hit. It's because they're supposed to hit, and when they struggle, it's the hitting coach's fault. So you know what, man? I mean, you just got to be diligent in your decision, and you got to stick with it, man. You got to be you just got to wear it. There's been some that have been kind of dicey and have rolled the dice and have worked. There's some that have been really, really good, but unfortunately a bad throw actually helped them get the out. So there's a combination of things that are going to happen, whether or not, but it's just, as long as you make consistent decisions, I think you're okay.
In my mind, maybe he did tell me to stop. I don't know. In my mind, I heard go. I heard go, and I'm sticking to it. Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. And Coach, I just said I was obviously playing in the Coliseum all those years ago, and I'm sure you heard a little bit of news going on yesterday with the groundbreaking out there in Vegas. Can you just give us? Obviously, you guys are focused on what's happening on the field, but just a quick look into were there any conversations that happened, or were people kind of excited about it happening? Obviously, that's a couple years from now, but was it just kind of business as usual, or were there any conversations had on your side of the organization?
You know what they do, man, and they do a good job of this, is they keep us out of the loop, man. We're just here to focus on the game, playing baseball, trying to get better, continue to win games. And so they kind of keep us out of the loop with that kind of stuff. I mean, obviously, we knew that this was going to happen yesterday. Cots made an appearance. Our media went. They kept us away from there. We just got to enjoy the day off. So, it's crazy because this is as far as we've gone in a long time to actually having a shovel in the ground. So it's still a little weird. Don't get me wrong. It's still weird knowing that we're not going to be back at the Coliseum unless something drastically happens. And, we're focusing on Las Vegas now. And so I think everybody is excited about that part of it actually happening. You know what I mean? We've had projects in the past with Jack London, Fremont, and a couple different places back in the day, and it's never gotten this far. So I think people are actually excited that it's actually going to happen, but at the same time, sad that it's an end of an era in Oakland. That's for sure.
Yeah, really well said there, Coach. And we know how your kind of history goes back with Oakland and the Athletics. And from history to the future, Jack Perkins gets his debut, throws 3 innings, and he's an electric guy. I was reading up on him. They say his stuff is electric, and a really nice debut for him starting out. What did you see from him on your side of things, and what were you hoping to see from him in just a kind of small outing like he had?
That was unbelievable. I mean, talk about an electric first outing and debut. He showed the stuff that he has, and we all knew that he has the stuff. I think knock on him before in the past was just having a little bit of command with the fastball, but his stuff was undeniable, and he showed it all. He showed it all on Sunday. So it's good to have him up here. We don't know what kind of role he's going to be. He's been a starter in the minor leagues. I mean, but if he can go in the back end of our bullpen and give us a couple innings like that, I mean, that would be very, very good too. So whatever role he plays with us is going to be good because, I mean, you saw the stuff on Sunday. It was fun to watch him. He was one of those guys that I was excited about when we drafted him a few years back and, saw him progress through the system, had, a couple bouts with some injuries, unfortunately, but it looks like he's big and strong and healthy now. So it's good to see him.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit of how they pulled him up, and they had Mark McGuire in the room as well. So some real fun stuff and great stories to all the listeners who want to check that out. Speaking of good stories, Coach, you got Jacob Wilson leading shortstop all-star voting. Brent Rooker is up to 3rd at the DH position in all-star voting. And you have, a couple guys also in the mix. I know people will make jokes about how every team gets somebody represented, and there were times where people made jokes about some of the lesser teams getting guys in, but to now see guys leading and at the top of voting boards, how cool is that from your side of things to see kind of that flip and where the A's are going just as far as their young talent, their kind of vet leadership, and just a lot of people understanding and appreciating what a lot of these dudes are doing out here in Sacramento.
That's super cool. It's super cool. And quite honestly, I mean, if you were to tell me that Jacob Wilson wouldn't be the leading vote getter at shortstop, then you know that the system is flawed. You know what I mean? It's undeniable what this guy's doing. But at the same time, there's some really good shortstops in the American League. I mean, you got, Pena's having a good year. Bobby Wood Jr. is always the electric one. There's, Zach Neto with the Angels. So there's some really good players here, but Jacob Wilson has done what he's done all year, and he's gone out there and solidified himself to be the starting shortstop for the American League team. So, but it's fun. I mean, Rooker is done. He's got a reputation now throughout the league as being one of the most feared hitters in the league. And, Mason Miller last year, I mean, come on, Mason Miller was going to make that team no matter if they had to just pick one of the guys last year. So it's one of those things where guys are deserving to make the team. You know what I mean? If they're not, then I understand that, they want to have a representative of every team. But we've had players that are deserving to make that team. Brett Rooker should have made it last year. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where, we're starting to get recognized with the talent that we have, which is fun. I talk to other coaches throughout the league, and they come and say, man, you guys are good. You guys are close. You guys are good. You guys are close. And I keep saying, yeah, we are, because we really are. And we just got to put some things together, and you're going to see what this team can really do. But other teams have taken notice of the talent that we have.
Coach, I want to stick with Jacob Wilson for a second, just because of the muscle milk that he seems to be on. We've talked a good bit about the change in hitting philosophy. Have you or the coaching staff, the hitting coaches, have you had conversations? The conversation was he going to be able to hit for power at this level, even though we know he can spray the ball all over the field? He's getting into some lately, and I'm curious, was there a conversation of, look, Jake, when you get to 2-1 or something like that, in your mind, you have good enough hands, treat it like a 2-0. Treat it like a 3-1. Let's go out there and let's get some stuff. Has a conversation like that happened, or has it been organic? And like I said, maybe he's just been bench pressing on your off days and things like that.
I think it's been a combination of both. I mean, he did come in 11, 12 pounds stronger than he was last year during the season. So, I mean, he automatically put on some weight and got stronger physically, and that's naturally going to happen anyway as he physically matures and naturally just grows into his body. If you were to tell me that he'd be close to 10 home runs right now and have a chance to hit 15 and 20 this year, I'd be surprised, just for the fact that what I saw last year. But this guy can hit, man. I mean, there's no hands about it. There's no, you can't even think twice about that. And he takes his shots. He understands when he gets in a certain situation what the pitcher's going to do, and he tells himself, you know what, I'm going to take a shot this time. And he's gotten them a few times, which has been awesome to see. And then you can see all the other things. So he's one of those guys that you have to have a really good plan against him, because he's going to pick and choose whether to shoot you the other way or going to try to jump ship on you. So that's what's special to see.
Coach Eric Martins, thank you so much. Good luck out there in Detroit. And I know, not looking too far ahead, but you got the Yankees coming up. Then you have the 4th of July showdown with the Giants. So exciting stuff coming up for the A's, and can't wait to continue to talk to you the whole way through. Thanks again, and good luck out there.
I appreciate it. I'll talk to you soon.
That was Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. 11, 12 pounds for Jacob Wilson. See, that's when you're young, like Kyle's age. Happy belated birthday to Kyle. That's when you're young and I'll never forget when I was trying to gain weight. Oh man, it's tough to gain weight, and I'm out here drinking. I never actually did the muscle milk by brand, but I was on the whey protein, and you're mixing it up and you're working out, and then you get to an age where you want it to stop. Right. And none of so many of these A's players are so young. They're not at that age yet. But then you get to an age where you say, no. We're trying to lose weight. We're not trying to gain weight. But Jacob Wilson, 11, 12 pounds, leading shortstops in all-star voting. Great stuff from Coach Eric Martins, as always. And from one young stud to another in Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray, we talked about how the Kings are doing a lot of, not wheeling and dealing, but a lot of assessing right now. Well, some names that they are not assessing outside of their contract assessments, Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis, and they're both generating strong interest around the league, and why wouldn't they be? But according to Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee, we're due for a Jason Anderson appearance pretty soon here on the Allen Stiles Show, but the Kings have no interest in trading Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis, and that is from, again, Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee. And, I do think some of this is as well that it's a bit hard to land on their value, which is a common theme here with the Sacramento Kings. I would say less about Keon Ellis and more about Keegan Murray. We've discussed that Keegan Murray is probably a year away from really garnering some of that value once he is on that contract and we know what exactly he's worth. And again, to revisit some of Keegan's peers, if you will, and the contracts that they have, you have Jaden McDaniels, who he's kind of the found money king in this category because he was the 28th pick. He just signed for 5 years, or back in 2020, he signed for 5 years.
Last year, so 2020 draft class.
That's right, 2020 draft class. 5 years, $131 million. Patrick Williams, kind of the opposite of lost money. No disrespect. That was
no.
mean.
It was one of the worst contracts in the NBA last year.
That was mean, but I'm sorry, Patrick Williams. 5 years, $90 million. Obi Toppin. Now that's some found money right there in the second draft, if you will. Obi Toppin, the number 8 pick in the 2020 draft, in the 2020 draft. 4 years, $58 million, and my guy, find him away to Sacramento. Denny Abdia, the number 9 pick, 4 years, $55 million. Now let's go to the 2021 draft. You have a couple different guys with that 5-year, $224 million contract. This is the big money stuff now. Now we're not messing around. Evan Mobley, and obviously the money has changed as well. Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, Franz Wagner, all at that 5-year, $224 million rookie scale max contract. I don't see Keegan getting that.
He's not.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson right underneath that. We're getting warmer here at 5 years, $150 million. And then you have Trey Murphy and Jalen Johnson, a number 20 pick. Go get him. Miami Heat. Number 20 pick. Let's talk.
Do you want me to do, you know how we did that for the number 4 picks? Let's see the history of number 20 picks.
Oh, man. Now, we'll get to it. Trey Murphy, the third, the number 17 pick in the 2021 draft, 4 years, $112 million. Corey Kispert, the number 15 pick, 4 years, $54 million. Now, I think we've gone a little bit too far. Shout out Corey Kispert and everything he's done. I think where I want to take this is that the right decision for the Kings? Right. And we were talking to Sam Quinn. Go check that out. That'll be up on YouTube if it isn't already. Sam Quinn of CBS Sports. Is that the right decision for the Sacramento Kings? Should anybody be off the table? Where we're at right now, should anybody be off the table? Is Keegan Murray good enough to have this type of conversation where, hey, we're not interested in moving Keegan Murray? They didn't move him last season, right, for Lauri Markkanen. They also didn't move him in the, the Cam Johnson stuff came up, but obviously they wanted to add on to the wings, but they didn't want to move him in the Lauri Markkanen conversation. Now we're here, and the Kings are trying to pick a direction. Clearly, Keegan wouldn't be my first person to move. I'm not going to say who my first person move would be, but it would have been Keegan. It wouldn't be Keegan Murray. But the question now is, I agree with the Keon Ellis thing. And what's funny is they're so close in age, but Keon, because of the found money situation and because of the cost, I think I would be more willing to have a Keegan conversation because I think I would get more back. I'd have to see what would be thrown around, but the conversation should be whether or not they shouldn't be taking calls on Keegan. I'm not saying to move him, but there's nobody on that contract that you shouldn't be taking calls about.
It makes me think, because we're so close to the extension window opening, that they might have an extension lined up pretty quickly next week, right? Because if you don't sign him to the extension and he has 1 year left before restricted free agency, and you don't plan to offer him the extension, or you can't come to an agreement like Kuminga and the Warriors, then it doesn't benefit you to not shop him, because then you're having doubts about what his value actually is, and maybe somebody would be willing to acquire him at the $25 million price point per year that maybe you aren't, right? So if Jason is saying that they're not taking calls on Keegan at all, then I suspect they're going to extend him, because otherwise why would you? So you're not making him available, but you're also not extending him with 1 year left on his contract. What are we really doing there if not?
And again, keep trying to tell people this might be a tough season as far as a lot of moves being made, because next season, let's again go over. There's so much more that is locked up and are known situations. Next season is where Scott Perry can get, it's Tuesday, a top of TO Tuesday. This is where Scott Perry can get real Scoville level, real spicy. Because let's talk about it. Zach LaVine would have 1 more year. Now he's an expiring contract, okay? Sabonis would still have 2. But that's more palatable.
Well, also with a superstar, which I'm not saying Sabonis is, but with those star players, with 2 years left on the deal, we kind of got to come together and figure out what we're doing.
So you have Zach LaVine breaking news, he has opted into that nearly $50 million player option. Sabonis would have 2 years left, and that would be another year of whatever is about to happen. It's going to be a rough one, in my opinion, which isn't bad because you own that 2026 draft pick, and it's going to be another, well, right now, it's going to be a good draft. We'll see when it actually comes around. So you have those two. DeMar DeRozan, not guaranteed money. We'll see what happens there. Let's just put DeMar DeRozan to the side here. Then you would have Keon Ellis, we believe, on contract, which makes it easier to have conversations. You'd also have Keegan Murray on contract. Now it's easier to have those conversations. That's the four horsemen there, right? Of the value has changed a lot, and Scott Perry can now start to craft this thing to what we will see what he wants. We don't know yet because Sabonis still got 3 years. Zach LaVine, he's still got 2. DeMar DeRozan, he's still got this year. And how do we want to go about this? You still got to figure out Keon Ellis, which they'll figure out sometime this week. You still got to figure out Keegan Murray and that extension. I know it's not what a lot of you want to hear, but next season they can say, Scott Perry can say, number one, okay, cool, we were a 10 seed again. Or worse. And the Blazers just leapfrogged us. The Spurs just leapfrogged us. And the rest of the West is already ahead of us.
And by the way, Cooper Flagg is awesome. So now the Mavericks are still good.
So we have all that going on. We control our 2026. And now these contracts are all way more palatable. And it is just more clear cut. Going into this offseason, there's just so much that hasn't been figured out yet. I understand, and I would say this, it's less about Keegan or Keon being quote-unquote untouchable and more so about there is a lot more clarity that will come once we do these deals and we get through this season versus trying to force something now where Keegan's value could go up after next season. DeMar DeRozan, maybe Keegan takes a step offensively. Keon Ellis, maybe he takes another step. And he's looking more like a hybrid Dortcher, Caruso chamber thing, right? Maybe Keon takes another step offensively. And you got him locked up under contract. You can decide to keep that. You can decide to see what people are talking about. If you know at that point, okay, now Keon's 26 and we're heading in a different direction. All right. Contenders out there, who's interested in a Keon? Who's interested in a Keegan? I'm not saying to do that. I'm saying the possibilities open up after this season. I know it's not what people want to hear. And my reporting on what has been floated as far as DeMar DeRozan is what it is. But that's fringe stuff. I'm talking big picture stuff. Mm-hmm. That's fringe stuff. The PJ Washington, we can do the PJ Washingtons and the Tyus Joneses. We can do that, but it's still leading up to, let's be honest, that's to put butts in the seats. That's to try to sell, we're going to be competitive. But we know if you're Scott Perry, I got to do this because I can't just run out the same thing because we have marketing obligations and we're trying to excite the fan base. But my real deal is to get through this season, get in my recruits, and I'm air quoting if you're driving because I keep saying this is like a college coach, and my recruits also just means my decisions. There's too much for Scott. There are too many whack-a-moles for Scott Perry to handle in one season. So the biggest one, DeMar DeRozan, let's see if he even wants to go. He might not want it. I keep trying to tell people it might be Tyus Jones and let's rock and roll.
Well, and the other part of it for next year, which is what I've been saying since like the whole Scott Perry thing began, is like, let's say it's the trade deadline and they're the 12 seed. Mm-hmm. Or call it the offseason.
Right. You don't even have to wait till the offseason per se.
Your hand might get forced at that point, right? Because I am of the belief Domantas Sabonis, while he may not be Jokic, is a player good enough that you don't get rid of voluntarily.
Right.
If Sabonis, who's looking for clarity, comes back next year, it does with a full training camp, it doesn't go the way they're hoping. They end up in the 12 seed or the 11 seed. Sabonis might come back with 2 years left on his deal and be like, hey, guys, appreciate it. I'm happy to play out the contract, but I'm not signing another one.
Yeah.
At that point, your hand might get forced of like, okay, with 2 years on the deal, we kind of have to trade you to jumpstart a rebuild, right? So there's all sorts of situations that could come up at the trade deadline or next summer, to your point, where their hand might get forced to go down now. Just there's a certain percentage of Kings fans and pundits who say, well, let's just fast track that and get it going now. If we know that's where the end game is, why don't we just fast track it now? And I would say it's not that easy.
No, and teams might not be that desperate yet, right? That's where I'm at with the DeMar DeRozan thing. And people are pretty sad at what Sam Quinn had to say as far as just kind of matching salaries. That's why I don't think you have to move him now unless he says, I want to be moved now. If he's cool because he's home, he is home, by the way.
He is home.
If he's cool because he's home, they got a point guard now and Tyus Jones or Dennis Schroeder. He's kicking it with his boy, Zach LaVine. They're getting to see where this thing goes. Then let's see what happens. Let's see if somebody gets desperate. Memphis is leaking oil. All right, let's go get DeMar DeRozan. Let's go get Zach LaVine. You don't have to do anything right now. If I'm Scott Perry, I'm cold chilling. I'm chilling right now. I'm assessing the situation. You know, you come in. What was that show? Secret Boss, right? When the boss gets all dressed up. Or Undercover Boss. Undercover Boss.
That show is actually pretty good.
When the boss gets all dressed. Yes, sometimes I get teary-eyed from those shows. Boss gets all dressed up, you know, finds out that the company is just all screwed up. The chicken ain't being cooked right. They're not following things. But at first they just assess. They don't come in guns blazing. They got the fake mustache on and the toupee. That's what Scott Perry, he's just assessing. And he keeps preaching patience. And as long as he has autonomy to stay patient, I think that's what the best move just may be. No moves over bad moves. That's where I'm at right now. Where we're at when we return, don't go anywhere. Let's talk Zach LaVine. Sam Quinn had to say, and I'm paraphrasing here, you look at DeMar DeRozan's value compared to Zach LaVine's, it's closer than you think. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief. People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis.
Why
It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoplet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I had the chance to interview former professional golfer and broadcaster Gary McCord a few years back. He hadn't yet enraged the Green Jackets with his television comments about their revered Georgia golf course. He was welcoming and above all humorous, which is why I recently picked up a copy of his book, Golf for Dummies by Gary McCord, a man possessed by golf's magical allure. This 5th edition will help new golfers learn the basics of the game and bring them, as he writes, from the darkness to the light. The book discusses types of clubs, types of courses, how to hit the ball, and how to keep score. The intent is to help you get the ball to the hole in fewer tries and with better form. You'll even find some basic exercises to get you into golf shape. It's a fun read and will help you get over some of the game's intimidation while getting you ready to visit the golf course on your own or with some friends. I always recommend a good PGA professional to guide you along the way, but Golf for Dummies is a fun way to approach a fun game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Free wellness, red light therapy, infrared trim pod, cold plunge, halo therapy, massage, cryotherapy, sunbeds, and more. All services all week, all customers free during Wellness Week at California Sun Wellness Spas. No sign-up required. Walk-ins welcome. Free at all California Sun Wellness Spa locations. This week only. CaliforniaSun.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Let's get to some texts, huh? UPS Chris says, Alan, you should do the hot pepper deal again this summer. If we keep DeMar, you got to eat the pepper. So last year, I can't even remember what the deal was, but a hot pepper was involved, and then HR got involved and said we couldn't do it. And it was you know what it was? It was if the Kings run it back, I said I would eat, I think a Carolina Reaper, because I was so sure that the Kings wouldn't run it back, and I didn't have to eat it because they got DeMar DeRozan. They didn't run it back.
Yeah, they would have shut that down real quick.
Well, I said I couldn't do it on air.
Yes.
I couldn't do it with the cameras on air.
Well, they also
I was going to do it anyway.
This was years ago when Rami used to work here. They shut down remember the chip challenge, the one where Shaq ate it and was like falling apart on air.
Yeah,
they wouldn't let us do that either.
Yeah, there's a new sheriff in town. I'll see what I can do, but I'll tell you this much: this one would be dicier because I keep saying when anyone is preaching patience and sustained platform of success, I would like to believe the Kings will not make a bad move. Now, I might be overvaluing DeMar DeRozan, but I also don't think the Kings will make a bad move. So we'll see what happens. This would be dicey as far as the Carolina Reaper is concerned. From the 530, Kings will regret signing Keegan in 2 or 3 years. He hasn't gotten better in 3 years, and you are taking from cap flexibility the next year or two. I think that's a little extreme that Keegan hasn't gotten better. Have we seen the quote unquote leap? I wouldn't say that, right? He's gotten better. This leap thing is very funny as well, though, because when we had the Trey Murphy conversation, the Pelicans stunk. So Trey Murphy is just chucking all day long, right? And now all of a sudden Trey Murphy's viewed as better than Keegan Murray. Now I think it's interesting that we are talking about two teams that didn't make the playoffs. So it's not as if, Keegan's got no runway because the team is so good. And I think that's more of the issue to the 530, more so than whether or not Keegan is better or has taken a leap. The problem is it's the direction. You have Keegan, you're not doing squat in the playoffs. You're not even making the playoffs, but you're also not allowing Keegan to get better. At least the Pelicans could say, yeah, we let Trey cook it wasn't maybe by design, right? Because they thought they'd be better, but we let Trey cook for a year because our team stunk. Desmond Bane, there were a ton of injuries, so Desmond Bane got to cook for a year, and at the very least, drove up his trade value. The Kings aren't doing anything. So I think it's less about a Keegan leap or no leap. I think it's you're bringing in guys. You had Harrison Barnes in that second year for Keegan, and we were, Keegan, you got to be more aggressive. And then you bring in DeMar DeRozan to take 8,000 shots a game.
Yeah, it's kind of the flip side, right? It stunts his offensive development by bringing in a DeMar DeRozan.
Well, it's just two extremes, right? It was Harrison Barnes, who you wanted him to be more aggressive, and Keegan was only in year 2 trying to find his way. Now I think this was a season where we could have seen, based on Keegan's mannerisms and the kind of conversations and things that we heard as far as Keegan being a part of some of these team meetings and being more vocal. I think this was a season we could have seen Keegan at least be more aggressive, but you had DeMar DeRozan, nothing like us. You had him taking all the shots, which is a decision that the Kings made.
Well, and then they made the decision at the trade deadline, we're actually just going to blow up the entire thing, right? Because remember, they had John Collins. The deal was done, and they didn't make it. John Collins would have changed Keegan's defensive dynamics on the floor. And again, John Collins isn't the greatest defender in the world, but at least he would have been 6'9" and lengthy instead of DeRozan, who's 6'6", and they have to hide him in the corner on defense. So it's kind of the flips. It's not even like giving him the runway. We can even just start with giving him another defensive wing so that he doesn't have to spend every game guarding 1 through 5 or 1 through 4, whoever their best player is.
Yeah, and the other part of this is, assuming they agree to an extension this offseason, now you would have more money, to that 530's point of, that's going to count against your cap flexibility. Yeah, so now there is an even bigger reason to make sure that Keegan is taking that leap, whether it works out or not. I mean, look, it can't be worse than we know Keegan is better than Patrick Williams right now. There have been bigger guesses made, right? And bigger gambles made on these young players. You run out of time where you're still trying to figure out who they are, and it's either you pay them or you let them walk. You know enough about Keegan Murray that this isn't even a gamble to me. This is an educated guess. You know Keegan is going to be, I would say a starter in this league for the next decade, right? I believe so.
Let's just say 5 years.
Right. We don't know how high the ceiling will go, but we know the floor is that he is good enough to be a starter in the NBA, which is good enough to pay, because they pay teams. You run into this situation with the rookie extension where they've paid players where they know way less about them than Keegan Murray.
And I'll also make this point, like, when we use the term cap flexibility, people think of, you're not spending money, so therefore you can spend money in other places. I think the league right now is kind of telling you, and I think this is going to change as the cap goes up and some of these bad contracts expire, but cap flexibility is kind of overrated right now. Like, a lot of these teams are making the decision to sign and trade, to match salaries like Boston just did with Anthony Simons. Doesn't matter if you extend him. The Celtics extended Jrue Holiday and traded him before the contract ever went into effect, right? Boston said he's more valuable as a negative contract than he is just letting him go for nothing. So I think even in the modern NBA, cap flexibility is a little bit overrated, because, like, say you sign him to the Trey Murphy contract, 4 years and $112 million. And let's say Keegan is the same player he is now, and an offer comes along for DeAndre Ayton, right? You're still going to be able to match DeAndre Ayton's salary to Keegan's and get the player you ultimately wanted with the quote unquote cap flexibility. So
yeah,
especially with the rookie scale contracts, it just makes sense to extend early and move on, especially because there's like 6 guys that could set the market this summer.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that the only way it really burns you is if Keegan somehow ends up being a bad contract, which again, he's not going to get the Franz Wagner deal. He's not going to get the max rookie scale contract. He's just not going to. So because of that, it's just not as much as a gamble as I think people assume. You look at the Jordan Pooles of the world, right? He cooked for a season or two. He was a champion, and they signed him to a contract, and now everybody looks at that contract as being a bad contract, and you're just waiting for him to kind of get off of it. The Anthony Simons thing is interesting. Now he's on an expiring deal. I just don't see it being, and I talked about Patrick Williams already, I just don't see it being, there's no world where I see it being that bad where the Kings are sitting here saying, oh my goodness, we're stuck with this Keegan Murray rookie extension, and it's so bad. He might not be as good as you think or as good as you wanted him to be, but it's not going to sink the team where it's just an immovable contract. I don't agree with that at all. Unless there is only one situation, but it has nothing to do with what they signed him to the contract. It's just if he has a debilitating injury. Yes. That's the only way. Like when we're talking about this price point of whether it's $20 million a year, $25 million a year, $30 million a year, none of those are unmovable contracts in the NBA because every team has one or two of those guys, right? The worst case scenario, which is Zach LaVine, who's probably a $30 million player making $47 million, is happening right now. And we're still seeing a market for Zach LaVine or trades that we can put together for a Zach LaVine. And I'll continue to say it again. It goes without saying this is the type of player that teams are looking for. So they're willing to pay. It's a wing-driven league, right? Defend, shoot threes, be able to create. Keegan can defend. Keegan can shoot three. We're talking about a guy, 12 threes in a game? So I get it. You draft somebody at number, again, I'm bringing up, we can go through all the number 4 picks. DeAndre Hunter has been traded. He was a number 4 pick. He's in Cleveland now. Patrick Williams, one of the worst number 4 picks in recent memory. He still got the rookie scale. Obviously, he's not the same, but one of the worst contracts. You have Keegan Murray. Again, you want these guys, and then number 4, oh my goodness, some of these guys are not even there, and you run out of time, and you still got to give them rookie scale deals. They're not all going to be the whoever started that Kawhi Leonard, Jason Tatum stuff. You set yourself up to be let down. But that doesn't mean you have to disrespect Keegan Murray and what he's done and what he still could be. When we return, let's talk about what Zach LaVine could be for some other teams. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, tell me what's happening for the Employee Pricing Plus sales events.
Anyone can get you employee pricing, but at Hoblet, it's all about the plus. You can only get here. Save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs. One of the many reasons we are the #1 Ram truck dealer in California.
But why do you think Hoblet's consistently California's #1 Ram truck dealer?
You won't find a better price on the Ram truck you need. And with 500 new Rams available, no one has a better selection. Plus, being a fifth-generation family-owned dealer, you get the big city selection and savings with the small-town service, and we have 7 Walter P. Chrysler Service Awards to prove it.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie after 6,000 factory rebates and 10,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash, 500 on the job upfit, must show eligible upfit. Employee pricing factored into dealer discount. 5% savings. Sample VIN 711632. See dealer for details.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the way Nick Kurtz has been going, it's easy to forget that just over a year ago, he was finishing his college career at Wake Forest. Back-to-back game-winning home runs, including the 447-foot walk-off shot against the Astros to begin the most recent homestand, the longest walk-off for the A's since they began keeping track of those things 10 years ago. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the Sacramento skyline, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
It's funny how things can change so quickly, as a lot of people now kind of turning on Keegan Murray a little bit. And I get it. You draft somebody and it's a top 5 pick. He has that crazy, he sets expectations ridiculously high coming off that Beam Team season, his rookie season. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? And I think that second season really just stung a lot of people and really just made people a little cold or lukewarm on Keegan Murray. Then you have this next season where DeMar DeRozan comes in and just a lot of stuff happened, and now people are turning ice cold on Keegan Murray. And I guess I get it to a certain degree, but I don't get it to a certain degree where you're going to let him walk in free agency. I get it to the degree of no, don't offer him a max rookie extension like Franz Wagner. Sure. But I don't think it's to the point where we shouldn't even be having conversations about keeping him around, or I guess the better argument would be trading him. I'll put it to you like this. I don't think that, and I agree, nobody should be untouchable. Let me see I would have to see what is being offered. Nothing is off the table. And yes, the Kings, and even with what Jason Anderson again had to say in his article, go check that out at the Sacramento Bee, nobody is untouchable. It just depends on the price. That's what we reported last week. I don't believe that there is enough understanding of Keegan's value. We just saw Desmond Bane coming off a season where it's just a chuck fest. And people said, okay, cool. This is Desmond Bane as a number one option. He's getting paid this much. We think that we feel good about making him our number 3 option, a high-level number 3 option. Let's see what Keegan gets paid. Let's see what Keegan does next season. And then we reassess the situation. But right now, I think you could end up selling low. I don't think you're going to sell high on Keegan right now. I'd have to see what it is. But I think you get him under guys like that. The Sabonis thing is one situation, and the Zach LaVine thing is one situation. You want these younger guys under contract to have a good season under contract, and now his value's up. So it's just not the year to do it. That's how I feel about it. But if there's something out there, let's have that conversation. We can have that conversation. I just think that we could have a better conversation next season once he's under contract, and let's assume that he has a good season. And even if he has an okay season, I still don't think he's going to tank his value. So I just think it's a win-win to get him under contract and see what happens next season when you have more of an understanding of where the team is going. As far as Zach LaVine is concerned right now, if you missed our interview with Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, it was a good one, and he had a lot to say as far as the Kings are concerned and what he would do. He mentioned blowing it up. He said it wouldn't be obviously it wouldn't be popular out there in Sacramento, but I'd probably blow it up. What Sam had to say as far as Zach LaVine is concerned is that Zach LaVine, and he didn't say this verbatim, but based on him kind of alluding to DeMar DeRozan, got to match salaries, I don't think it's a positive. I don't think, Allen fighting with Miami Heat fans about what you could get back for DeMar DeRozan. I don't think the Heat fans are as off base as maybe I feel as far as I'm concerned, Allen Stiles. But when it comes to Zach LaVine might actually have more value than DeMar DeRozan, because when you are trying to cross off the checklist on what do guys do in this day and age, and we joke about I don't need you to have the bag work, and I don't need you to go into your office time and time again and slow down the offense, right? We need that at times, but we don't need that as much as maybe we did, 5, 7, 10 years ago. We have a guy in Zach LaVine who can keep the pace going, can shoot threes at a high level, can move without the basketball. That's more of what you're looking for. Now, you don't necessarily want to pay him that type of money, but maybe you're willing, when you see Zach LaVine go off for 8, 10 threes in a game and can lead a bench unit, when you see that type of stuff, yeah, maybe I'd rather pay Zach LaVine $20 million more for 2 years because of that level versus a DeMar DeRozan. It really just depends on the team, and it depends on who's available. So Zach LaVine, to me, there are conversations happening. There are conversations happening about everyone. But Zach LaVine, there's some value there. There's more value than you think. And maybe with DeMar DeRozan, there's less value than you think. This is all going to come out in the wash within the next couple days or so. Or we running it back, baby. Running it back with Tyus Jones, baby. Anything is possible right now. But I don't want you to believe that Zach LaVine, and this is what Sam Quinn talked about, last season, coming off of injury, Zach LaVine, and yeah, it was the Kings, but they ended up moving him. But last season, Zach LaVine really, really helped his narrative and his perception out there. That's how it's kind of been. So it's still viewed as a not great contract, but is it immovable? No. When it comes to the trade deadline, that's a lot of money to figure out at a trade deadline. But you look at an Eastern Conference team, you look at a Milwaukee Bucks that can, hey, all right, cool, Giannis and Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine making 4 or 5 threes a game. Let's have a conversation. You look at some of these other teams.
Maybe Charlotte gets spicy.
Well, nobody wants to go to none of the prospects want to work out for Charlotte. What a disaster.
But what if they get to the trade deadline and they're in 10th place?
Well, they might not have a choice because nobody wants to get drafted there.
Well,
as if these guys don't have control, obviously.
Yeah, you can force someone down there.
Come on down. It's beautiful this time of year. So there are a couple different opportunities here that we'll see. And I'm just going through, there's just names that will or won't reveal themselves. And I'm just looking specifically in the Eastern Conference. But as Kyle mentioned, the Nuggets in the West. Hey, yeah, we're paying more for Zach LaVine, but he's also better than Michael Porter Jr.
Well, if they attach Zeke Najee's contract, which is kind of a dud right now, it would actually be saving money.
So that's how we want to look at this right now. And we're going to really figure out what to make of the East and West as we hit the 12 o'clock hour. 30 minutes of commercial-free sports talk when we return. Don't move. 3 minutes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Shea Langoliers, out with that strained left oblique, started a hitting progression, and Mark Kotze said that he's making a lot of good progress. Grant Holman, out with that right shoulder rotator cuff tendonitis, felt discomfort in his right shoulder after his outing, and an MRI revealed the tendonitis. At this time, there's no timeline for his return. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hello, everyone. It's Kyle Draper for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Let me tell you, the push is on to get you into the car of your dreams. Right now, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is running their huge June sale with low rates on new and pre-owned vehicles. I've taken advantage of their offers, and I'm proud to say I'm a Mercedes-Benz of Stockton customer. Me and the kids, in fact, are already planning our summer road trips in my all-electric EQS SUV. So don't wait. These low rates won't last long. Go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, just a short drive right off I-5. 888-866-9855 or anytime at nbfstockton.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. and what to make of the East and West. Yesterday, we were joking about how much someone would pay, or how much an owner would pay, a Western Conference owner, how much one of them would pay to move to the Eastern Conference. How much? How much? Even for a year? Just a year. Just give me 1 year in the East, in the sweet, sweet East.
Specifically next year.
Yes, next year. How much would you be willing to pay? Because about 20 of the top 30 players in the NBA next year are in the West, obviously not including injury. In the East, you have Giannis, Donovan Mitchell, Brunson, Cade, Paolo, Jaylen Brown, Siakam, Karl Anthony Towns, Mobley, Trae Young, Tyrese Maxey. In the West, you have SGA, Jokic, Ant, Luka, Steph, KD, LeBron, Kawhi, Harden, Anthony Davis, Wemby, Jalen Williams, Devin Booker, Jaren Jackson, Sabonis, Şengün, Fox, Jimmy Butler now, Zion, guys that might even be taking a leap. I mean, you know, the
Chet,
the Chets of the world.
Is Chet taking a leap next year?
I mean, I'm not having a Zubac conversation, but he's probably in that conversation if he was in the East.
I mean,
probably getting mentioned.
I mean, let's go through the East centers right now. It's what Carl Mobley's kind of a center, but is more of a power forward, and then
Jared Allen.
I mean, I'd rather have Zubac than Jared Allen.
So it's tough sledding out here in the West, and you know they say the West Coast is the best coast, but we've kind of taken that too far now. We can kind of step it back a little bit. We would like the West to not be as good.
Also, it's not even the West Coast, right? Like Minnesota and Oklahoma City were in the conference finals this year. It's not really that West, you know?
Yeah, we'll see what happens with some of that expansion talk that is going on with teams like Minnesota, but we're not there yet. So right now, it still makes more sense to me than the Cowboys in the NFC East. And I not to get off topic here, but that one just always confused.
Or 40% of the American League West being in Texas.
Yeah, or even what about the Pelicans? Get the Pelicans out of there.
The Pelicans used to be in the East.
Yeah.
Well, back when it was the Hornets.
Get the Pelicans out of there. Get them on the East. Not that it would help anything. That's, if anything, that gives the Kings in the West, it gives them a break for now. But not 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Pelicans in the East.
Oh, the
Sacramento Kings are in the playoffs.
Pelicans and Hornets is just gross. Putting both of those teams in the East together, like
if they were where they should be, Kings would have been in the playoffs. How about that? How about that?
There's a lot of it's kind of crazy the Kings didn't make the playoffs in 2024, right? If Luka doesn't sit on Malik's leg and the Pelicans don't exist, one of those two things happens. They're in the playoffs without question.
So this is where the West kind of stood this season based on net ratings as well. You had the Thunder, the Clippers, the T-Wolves, the Warriors, the Nuggets, the Lakers, the Rockets, the Grizzlies, the Blazers, the Kings, the Suns, the Spurs, the Mavericks, the Pelicans, and the Jazz. And we did a little bit of this yesterday, but we wanted to kind of get in the weeds a bit more today. I think the wild cards here, and I guess the Blazers are part of that wild card conversation now. I think the wild cards to me that can really just either muck up this thing for the Kings, or really I would say you could argue force the Kings' hands. The Blazers now, I don't know what to make of the Grizzlies, but did the Blazers just leapfrog over the Grizzlies? I don't know. The Blazers, the Grizzlies, the Mavericks, those are the three. And again, another team who's better, the Blazers or the Suns. I think it's the Blazers.
Oh, definitely right now.
So some real confusing stuff here. The other part of it is I'm seeing people. So we had Sam Quinn on, and I'm seeing people kind of discuss the idea of tanking. And, you know, I know we're the flagship, and as a whole, we'll get kind of accused, even though I think people just assume because we're the flagship. I think we're pretty fair and we're pretty tough as a station on, I think everybody kind of has their levels, but pretty fair and pretty tough on the Kings organization, regardless of any deals that we may have. But a lot of people are saying, Allen, you're talking about a gradual tank, right? Or just the word tanking when ticket prices just went up. And I'm not going to run from that. I think that's a great shout, because that's the reality. I don't have anything to do with that. And I'm just evaluating the team. But yeah, I mean, that would tick me off. You don't got to buy them, right? I mean, I think that we've used this example with food all the time, right? And y'all know I'm a foodie. I had my first torta, by the way, over the week? I think on Sunday by Taqueria Al Rincon in Natomas, and it was very good. It was Al Pastor, and I'll tell you what, man. Tortas, they might be the one, because you don't feel as, I feel like a bowling ball after burritos, but tortas, you still get what you need, okay? You still get the flavor, and you don't feel like just a piece of you-know-what after the fact. But you get what you need, and you go to a restaurant, and if that restaurant is overpriced and you think, man, they really didn't come with it, you don't go back. Wifey took me to Morton's for Father's Day. Incredible experience. It ain't cheap, but it's worth it. So I will go back. Now, if we go and it feels like that price doesn't match what we got, then we have a decision to make. We either complain to them and ask for our money back, which is a little bit difficult as far as the ticket prices are concerned, or we just decide, you know what, we're going to take a break. That's kind of our spot for different special occasions. But you know what? I don't know if there's another chef in there. I don't know if they're just having a rough go. It was pretty busy. Father's Day. Let's see what it is. Or we express how we feel and see if they make it right. Yesterday, I was talking about the mocktail situation and how we went a couple places when we had the day off for Juneteenth, and a couple places that we went with my wife 7 months pregnant weren't really concerned with our mocktail conversations. And, oh, well, man, our ginger beer has beer in it. You want some juice? Right? So I said, let's get the hell out of here. One drink, I'm out, dude. I'm out. And I hope you get somebody else that sits down after us that asks for 2 mocktails. That's not how you treat people. So you know what? We're not going back, at least not for a while.
You really are bothered by this.
I mean, because it's ridiculous. But that's how you treat it. So I'm not telling you what to do or what to not do, but you look at the Kings as a restaurant. You look at the prices. Prices just went up. Okay? Is that worth spending your hard-earned money? I can't make that decision for you. I can't. You have to make that decision. But also, if you're Scott Perry, again, if you have full autonomy, I can't avoid certain moves, or I can't avoid doing what I believe to be the right thing because of what's going on in the ticket offices. I have to be, unless you're telling me, hey, man, we just raised the ticket prices, so you can't blow it up. And Scott Perry, in these conversations that we've had on these airwaves, on the morning show, in the conversations that he's had in the press conferences, he's essentially said that he has been given full autonomy to do what he wants. That's what he has said. So you take with that what you want. But if I'm Scott Perry, I can't not make certain moves because the ticket prices went up. The ticket prices went up before Scott, if I'm not mistaken, before Scott Perry was hired.
Yeah, but that was a reaction to the season ticket demand going up each of the last 2 seasons, I believe. So, like, even after they got DeMar DeRozan, there was still a waiting list for season tickets, which I haven't followed up on that, whether there is or not. But I think the whole ticket conversation is incredibly short-sighted, too, because if you get into next year and this team is not good enough, right? If they're a playoff caliber team, this all answers itself, right? If a training camp works out and they're in the 8th seed next year, come trade deadline, it all works itself out. But if they're not a good team next year, then you're going to see the reaction from the fan base of not showing up as much, right? And this is all teams. Like, there is a pretty direct correlation between team performance and ticket prices at pretty much every NBA basketball team. Even like the Knicks, where they sell out every game, you still see correlations between how good the Knicks are and how expensive or not expensive the ticket prices are.
I hate to do it, but somehow the conversation always comes back to one man, because it's funny. What I was going to say is, all right, it wouldn't even just be one man in this case, but what I was going to say is, well, if you're the Kings, you could still argue, hey, we've had more success these last 3-4 years than we've had in the last 2 decades, so that's why we're raising the prices. So that is what I was going to say, which is true. But clearly it wasn't enough success because you have a brand new head coach and a brand new general manager. So it's almost as if, we've been good enough to raise ticket prices on your butt, but we haven't been good enough to keep the head coach that we just paid and to keep the GM that was the GM of the year a couple of years back. So to me, that is what would be frustrating, because which is it? If you're firing your head coach and you're firing your GM, then what are you raising ticket prices for? Because clearly you don't think that you've been good enough. So why are you raising the ticket prices? You're not even in the playoffs. That's the type of BS that people don't like about the play-in, because it gives excuses to situations like this to raise ticket prices when you haven't done diddly. You haven't done anything.
Right, but people discern that it's not like people last year were advocating for not going to the play-in at all, right? People recognize when you're a play-in team and it's not good enough. Discernible fans aren't getting tricked by that.
Then don't buy the tickets.
Right. That's the thing, is people are not getting tricked by it. People know when the team is not good enough that a play-in is not worthwhile. Now, were those tickets $75 to get in the door for the Mavericks game that they lost by 25 points? Yes, because I bought one of those. But just because the ticket prices go up for that singular game doesn't make it an indictment of the whole season. It gave the 15 games before that some meaning also.
Yeah, but I still think we're talking.
But again, people knew that it didn't mean anything.
Holler at me when a play-in team wins the whole thing. Holler at me. Let me know.
It's happened, not the whole thing, but they've won a trophy before from the play-in.
Like I said, let me know, because until that happens, we are sitting here, and I'm not talking about the one-off. I'm not talking about the one-off game. I'm talking about the argument of, yeah, we're playing good enough to charge you your hard-earned money.
Oh, we got some breaking news coming in here.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
First of all, Matisse Thybulle is opting into his extension, but more importantly, according to Chris Haynes, the Pelicans are trading CJ McCollum to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, I have the full one here from Shams. New Orleans Pelicans are trading CJ McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a future second-round pick to the Washington Wizards for Pool Party, baby. Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and the number 40 pick. So, man, oh, man. All right, so CJ, Kelly Olynyk. I'm just trying to figure out what these teams are doing here. CJ McCollum. That is interesting. CJ McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a future second to the Wizards. Okay.
Yes.
For Jordan Poole.
That's the Pool Party sound.
And Sadiq Bey and the 40th pick. Okay.
So let's just cancel out the picks, right? It's a future second for the 40th pick. That's not really important.
Right.
So it's essentially CJ McCollum, who is on an expiring contract, maybe, for Poole, who has 2 years left. Saddiq Bey, who for half a second there, people thought Saddiq Bey was going to be something. And Kelly Olynyk is an expiring contract. Let me just look up CJ McCollum's contract real quick.
So this is essentially, to me, Jordan Poole, you're too old. You're 26. You're taking shots away from our actual young guns. And, not Anthony Simon. Again, these rookie extensions, not Anthony Simons, but similar. No, thank you. Now let's go get an expiring contract. And CJ, I think, is more willing to understand, hey, I'm here to and CJ might not even end up on the Wizards, but hey, I'm here to make sure these young bucks get where they need to go. And same, essentially, Kelly Olynyk, neither of those guys might not stay on the Wizards, but Pool Party, go to the Pelicans, because why the hell not? Nobody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, so CJ McCollum has $30.6 million on an expiring deal. So now I'm just going to do quick math in my head. So they have CJ 30, Chris Middleton 33, Marcus Smart 21, Kelly Olynyk I think was like 14. So that's over $90 million in expiring contracts currently on the Wizards. If you're a team who wants to dump a contract and attach a first-round pick, the Wizards are your team, because they've got all contracts that are all about to expire at the end of next season.
And from the Pelicans side, okay, that's Western Conference. So from the Pelicans side, Saddiq Bey, that was he's a stretch guy. We'll see what happens there. But
this is what is this his fifth team now?
Yeah, I think he was on the he was on the Warriors for a hot second, I believe, in some deal that they made. But yeah, Jordan Poole to the Pelicans. Looking at what the Pelicans are attempting to do, I guess they're better. So you got DeJounte Murray when he returns. They got a little bit younger at the very least. DeJounte Murray, Zion, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones. Is basically isn't it just a younger CJ McCollum? Is that essentially what it is?
I mean,
right?
It's kind of that same tier of like bucket getter type of player.
You got Jordan Hawkins, who's on they got a team option for him. He's only 23, but he's another shooting guard. So yeah, I think you basically just said, yeah, fine, we'll take a younger CJ McCollum. Why not?
Well, it's kind of weird. This is like oddly a salary dump for the Wizards, because the Wizards just didn't want to pay Jordan Poole 2 more years at $30 million a year. So it's kind of a weird workaround situation here for both sides. Yeah, I don't think neither team really got better. It's just more so the Wizards now have an expiring contract and they just attached Saddiq Bey to it, which, hey, good luck, Pelicans. Just see what Saddiq Bey can turn into. I'm also just doing the math now. So the Pelicans now have 4 picks, I want to say, in the draft tomorrow and Thursday. They have their pick at 9. They have 23, which they got from that deal with the Pacers. They have now 40 from the Wizards. That might be it. They only have 3 picks. So I guess the Pelicans are going younger, I guess, is the plan. Yeah. But it's not so young that you think they're like trying to tank next year.
So that is what is the newest happenings of the NBA. And I'm just thinking, as far as and there's more coming out here. The trade is from Shams 33 seconds ago. The trade swapped guards. The Wizards shifting from Poole to the veteran in McCollum, who has an expiring contract. Washington now is expected to approach $100 million in projected cap space in 2026. Pelicans move younger, possibly more. Come on, Shams. Possibly more dynamic with Poole and Bey. He could even say more dynamic. Said possibly more dynamic. You know what, man? Stop disrespecting my boy Jordan Poole.
Oh, Alvarado and Jordan Poole is going to be a ridiculous backcourt.
I don't want to see him against the Kings. I do not want to see Jordan Poole in a Pelicans jersey against the Kings.
So this is a double. CJ McCollum's the Kings killer,
Yeah.
which they're all Kings killers at this point. You know what's interesting though? If the Kings do go, Sam Quinn, who was on with us earlier, talked about DeRozan as a salary dump situation. This makes it a lot easier to get CJ McCollum now, because before it was like DeJounte Murray or CJ McCollum, which were the proverbial guards we were talking about for the Kings. Again, CJ McCollum's not the greatest ball handler, but he's good enough.
Yeah.
It did make sense, because why would the Pelicans want DeRozan? Now it makes sense from the pure standpoint of, if we attach a second round pick, we can salary dump DeRozan to the Wizards, which is not an ideal situation, but if no other deal comes available, then they can end up with CJ McCollum as their point guard.
Yeah, real quick on the Wizards. I mean, $100 million in projected cap space in 2026. I think Washington is a really interesting spot as far as a market is concerned. Obviously, with the political, the White House and everything out there kind of feels, the Nationals won a championship, and, Nationals have won a World Series at the Capitals. It's not that nobody cares. I think there's worse places to be, but how desirable it is, it's really, really intriguing, but I don't know. I'm just trying to say, is there a small market tax in there for Washington? I don't think the tax is as big as an OKC obviously looks different now, but a Sacramento or something like that. But yeah, fascinating stuff coming out of Washington. They need somebody to hit, right, in order for a vet to say, an established vet to say, oh, I want to be a part of that. They need Alex Sarr, or they need Bub, or they need somebody to hit.
What pick do they have this year? Is it 6?
Yeah, or, they keep doing it through the draft and they go that way. So, again, they're trying. I'm trying, Jennifer. That's what CJ McCollum said.
Yeah.
I'm trying, Jennifer. The Wizards are trying.
They also just didn't want Jordan Poole anymore. That's probably part of it, too, because they're not getting adequate value in this trade. They gave up Sadiq Bey in the 40th pick and got a second-round pick and a matching salary, right? So
I think he just doesn't fit their timeline.
Yeah, but neither does CJ McCollum, but at least you can say CJ McCollum's just an expiring contract.
CJ's expiring, so like I said, they're going to try to they got to see they're going to continue to quote unquote develop talent. That is the term that they use. And CJ's going to go away or maybe go to a contender, and we kind of see what happens from there as far as the Pelicans are concerned, and kind of what we see them doing. I think it's again in the West, where everything is just really, really tough to come by. You got to scratch and claw for every single inch that you get. I mean, it's respectable. Who's better on paper, the Kings or the Pelicans right now?
Well, I guess I have to think about what the Pelicans look like. By the way, just a quick update. I forgot about Rashawn Holmes. So that's $105 million of expiring contracts that the Wizards have now, which is insane. So let's see. The Pelicans have Alvarado.
It's you're starting Zion, DeJounte when he comes back. Zion, DeJounte, Trey Murphy, I think Jordan Poole. And he's obviously going to start when DeJounte, until DeJounte returns. Then you got, after that, it's the Yves Mises of the world, Jordan Hawkins, Jose Alvarado. So maybe they start, they still got Carlo Matkovic. I don't know if you start Yves Mises. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think they kind of got to decide, what are they doing with Herb Jones now, too? Because he's on that expiring, or I guess he has a player option, but he's on that expiring contract.
Well, it just gets to the point where, okay, it's a wing driven. You got rid of Brandon Ingram. Now you only have 2 wings. You're good. Now they're going to get rid of Herb Jones. And that point, it's like, well, why are you holding on to? If you get rid of Herb Jones, why are you holding on to Zion?
Yeah, I guess that's the question: is why are they holding on to Zion at this point? But I will also point out that their roster's not complete yet, because let's say it's Poole and Alvarado and Trey Murphy and Zion and Yves Missi, and then off the bench you've got Sadiq Bey and Herb Jones and whoever else, right? They still have pick 8 in the draft. It's 7 or 8. They have pick 7, pick 23, and pick 40, which will probably be the types of players they prioritize time for if they're not making a playoff run this year. Like they're, in a way, they're kind of like the Bucks, where they're kind of doing a gap year of sorts. Like they're not going to tear this thing down because they still have a potential superstar in Zion, but they kind of have to retool a little bit before they can get back into trying to compete for the 5 or the 6 seed.
When we return, speaking of trades, apparently the Timberwolves really wanted Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant kind of bleeped that up for everyone. Brings you back to a certain situation out here with the guy who's kicking it on the Riverwalk, huh? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Tuesday, looking at sunshine, and we'll feel a light delta breeze this afternoon. Temperatures will be trending down today with upper 80s to about 90 degrees expected, and overnight lows dropping off to the 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Roseville Auto Mall is Northern California's ultimate destination when looking for your next vehicle. Find the largest selection with 20 top brands. Find spectacular deals during our big 4th of July sales event going on now at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
Baseball, fireworks, and patriotic fun. Join the Sacramento Rivercats on July 3rd for our Independence Eve extravaganza, presented by Budweiser. It's a summer tradition packed with fireworks, baseball, friends, family, and unforgettable memories. Bring the whole crew and enjoy America's pastime under the lights, followed by a post-game fireworks show lighting up the Sacramento skyline. It's the perfect way to kick off Independence festivities. Lock in your tickets for July 3rd at rivercats.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. This July 3rd, get ready to ignite your summer at the Romstra Miska Firecracker 90 at the legendary Stockton 99 Speedway with late models, mini stocks, pure stocks, legends, and mini mods. All out, plus a massive fireworks show that'll light up the night. Get your tickets now at Stockton99.com. July 3rd, be there.
The cards are lining up with Sky River Casino's $130,000 weekly Baccarat tournament. Every Thursday, now through June 26th, is your chance to share in $10,000 in prizes with a guaranteed weekly winner taking home $5,000 in prizes. Feeling lucky? Your first hand is on us. Visit skyriver.com for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
$530 says, I'm assuming they're both expiring. Yeah, because they're
all expiring for the Wizards.
They discussed it. They discussed it earlier. 530 trade Zach LaVine for Marcus Smart and CJ McCollum. The salaries match up pretty close, right? But I think the problem with 530 is they don't want that extra year. Why? Those guys are expiring this next offseason. Why?
In that
why
situation, the Kings would attach a draft pick.
No. Why? Why do that? Why would you do that?
For the Kings, it's for that magical word, cap flexibility. And if you're Washington, it's just take a pick and you get to move your contracts.
I just think it's just 2 years now. If it was Zach, it was 3 years, sure. But Zach LaVine, get comfortable. 2 years, he's going to opt in, cool, and then you're done.
Yeah.
Then you're done. That's it. I'm not giving up a draft pick, and I know there's different levels of what that could be, but I'm not giving up a draft pick just because I want to wait. I don't want to wait a year.
Yeah, and
I don't know that they want to get rid of him, period.
That's the tough situation, right? It would be a salary dump, right? Which is what Washington is now positioning themselves for, right? We mentioned there's $105 million of expiring contracts for Washington right now. It's Chris Middleton, it's CJ McCollum. They can make a whole starting five. Chris Middleton, CJ McCollum, Marcus Smart, Kelly Olynyk, and Rashawn Holmes. $105 million, all 1 year contracts. If another team, if the Sixers say we just got to get off Paul George's contract, Washington can say, give us a first round pick. You can have our expiring contracts. And now you have that flexibility that you're looking for type of situation. But otherwise Washington just sits on those players until someone else, either they expire and they can sign other players. Luka Doncic to the Wizards. Am I right? They can just sign other players in free agency, or they just trade it. They just sit on the players and let their contracts expire, and now we can sign other people.
Kyle, let's hear from Brian Windhorst and what he had to say. This is a crazy, when I tell people, and this is from our also a report that we have from our sister station out there in Phoenix. But first, let's hear Brian Windhorst, what he had to say about Kevin Durant. This might make you feel, I don't know, better or worse about what happened with De'Aaron Fox. Here it is.
So last summer, the Rockets made it a very interesting trade, a trade we'd never seen before. They traded some of the picks that they owned from the Nets back to Brooklyn, which cleared the way for them to tank, which they did this year. They got the 8th pick. And they got picks of the Suns. They got two picks and a swap. And as soon as that happened, people said, I think they're trying to get Kevin Durant. And all year long, the Rockets said, not really. We're not, we love Kevin Durant, but he's in his mid-30s. We got this team in the 20s. We're not really going for him. And some people thought, it's because they really want Devin Booker. I believed Rafael Stone when he said this. By the way, he said this publicly. He said it privately, too. He said it publicly because I believe that he wanted to have his young team grow. Mm-hmm. But something happened the last few weeks. One, you're dead on. Ime Udoka, who had him in Brooklyn. Rael Ivy's on the staff. He was his teammate at Texas. He wanted him. He went to ownership and said, and front office and said, can we get Kevin Durant and get him? The other thing was they couldn't say no to the price. The price was just so low, they just couldn't say no. It's meant to say, look what they still have on their roster. So they now have optionality. They can say, let's keep letting Amen Thompson develop. Let's keep letting Jabari Smith. By the way, Tari Eason, they love Tari Eason there. He could be the guy who replaces Dillon Brooks as that key defender. So now they can get Kevin Durant, get themselves better, and still have these pieces that they can keep or trade. So the Rockets had this happen because Kevin Durant controlled this process. Last winter, the Warriors were ready to trade for him. And he said, I don't want to go there. And they backed off. Last week, the Timberwolves were on the verge of trading for him. I don't want to go there. And Ant Edwards could have tried to talk him into it. He did not. Said, this is not my place. KD, you do what you do. And so the price came down, the Rockets moved in. That's how you elevate yourself as a team. You buy low, and you have a great opportunity.
From Gambadaro, just so you know, out there in Phoenix, this was reported as the the package from the Timberwolves that KD and obviously this package is assuming KD would stay there, not for 1 year, because they don't have control or KD doesn't have control. He doesn't have a no trade clause like everybody's boy. And I'll call him an American dream from now on. Whenever anybody is just hustling, Kirk Cousins, American dream. Bradley Beal, American dream. I'm just calling these guys the American dream.
Anthony Rendon.
The American dream. So as far as KD and the Timberwolves are concerned, this is the report of what the T-Wolves try to give up if KD was willing to sign an extension and stay in Minnesota. Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Rob Dillingham, or Terrence Shannon Jr., and the number 17 pick in this year's draft. Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Rob Dillingham, or Terrence Shannon Jr., whatever floats your boat, and pick 17.
That's literally more than they gave up for Karl Anthony Towns.
And KD said, I don't want to go to Minnesota. And it brings me back to, again, to rehash what the Rockets gave up. I think it was maybe a little disrespectful what Brian Windhorst was saying as far as the low price point. But I guess Jalen, if I'm also sitting here saying I think that we might be talking about Jalen Green as the next Lou Williams or Jamal Crawford, I guess it's a pretty good deal because Jalen Green, who's only 23, but what is he going to be as far as the flashes are concerned? Dylan Brooks, who he is, and the number 10 pick.
And a bunch of seconds.
You weigh those two things. Rudy Gobert, multiple time defensive player of the year. Dante DiVincenzo, who I'm not as high on as others, but he's an every other year guy. Maybe he's due for a good year this year. Rob Dillingham, who's young. Terrence Shannon Jr., who's young. One of those guys, and pick 17 in a pretty good draft. You weigh those two things and you think, man, KD, that's rough. And I bring it all the way back to the difference between Kevin Durant and De'Aaron Fox and kind of the control. And this is also what Siakam did. I know there are conflicting reports with Siakam and the Kings and, giving up Keegan Murray, or did they want to pay him? There was also a little bit of Siakam didn't know if he wanted to play with Domantas Sabonis. But the reality is this stuff happens all the time. I think the difference is at least the Suns, and clearly it didn't change that much, but the Suns had a little bit more wiggle room because Kevin Durant had mentioned multiple teams where De'Aaron said, well, we got one, the Spurs, right? And I guess the leverage point, and that's what Sam Amick talked about with KD, is when somebody does that, the only way you can take back some leverage is saying, we don't have to trade you, De'Aaron. You're going, and this is what I felt from day one. You want to sit and handle your pinky. That's fine. The Kings maybe De'Aaron handles his pinky, and the Kings straight up miss it, and they get to keep their first. That was an option. De'Aaron goes, fine, I don't want to play. I told you guys, trade me. We said, De'Aaron, we're not trading you. And De'Aaron either plays or says, fine, I'm going to get my pinky fixed. And then the Kings maybe get to keep their first rounder. So there are ways to fight through it. And I would say there were more ways to fight through it because of the timing than with Kevin Durant. But you had to have been willing to say you got to put it on the table and say, De'Aaron, you're under contract. We are not afraid of putting you out there. You are under contract with the Sacramento Kings. We are not afraid we are going to call your bluff. And as far as KD is concerned, that bluff is a little different, but the Suns were getting to that point too, where we heard it was phase 2. And I think phase 1 may have been more focused on, and he still got to go to a preferred destination, but maybe phase 1 was more focused on the Heat. And it's, hey man, we gotta leave with something. At least Jalen Green's 23 years old. At least we're getting the number 10 pick. So, and the Heat, they're out here bull jiving. They are not serious people. I'm sorry, Kevin Durant. And he had already said the Rockets were preferred. So they're not serious people, dude. So this is what we have to do. Now with De'Aaron, he only had one team, but it was during the season. Dude, you want to play. You want to fix your pinky. And maybe we'll get to a power through the Kevin Huerter situation. But there are different ways to kind of maneuver this. And, you can look at it and say from the Suns, you're not going to have a lot of leverage. These situations put you in bad spots for sure. But you look at what the Raptors got back, and could you say that? And we can look back at the Siakam deal. Did the Raptors get full value back? We could rehash that. When they have this control, this player control, it affects you and it affects things. But the Kings were unwilling to think outside the box or to just say, we don't care about the awkwardness. We do not care. You're under contract. You can get your pinky fixed. You can go out there and play. And we can have this discussion come next season. Because how does that change? Right? Maybe or come the offseason. Because a lot can happen. So this is not, the blackmail thing. I haven't seen one report saying Kevin Durant blackmailed the Suns. I never saw that. Because this is what they do. When relationships get to this point, this is what these players have the power to do. And the Suns, they decide, you know what? We're just going to say uncle, take some young talent, get a little tougher with Dylan Brooks, and grab number 10 and just get out of the Kevin Durant business. Because who knows how long Kevin Durant will be happy out there in Houston. I wouldn't bet on more than a year or 2 years because that's how it's been with Kevin Durant.
Just to answer your question on the Siakam one, it's hard to figure out what the Kings were actually offering for Siakam at the time. I know this was like January of 2024, so it probably was coming down to Keegan Murray and Chris Duarte and Harrison Barnes or something like that was the deal. But what they ultimately ended up getting was Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, Kyra Lewis Jr., Jacoby Walter, Jonathan Mogbo, who was, I think, a second-round pick last year.
No. Say them as picks, though, if you can, because it's just easier.
Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, Kyra Lewis Jr., the 19th pick in last year's draft, the 29th pick in last year's draft, and what is now that they just traded it to the Pelicans, the 23rd pick in this year's draft.
Siakam's really good, man. I mean, I think they got value, but there's a part of me that feels like they could have got more somewhere.
So here's the flip side of that. So they then traded Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, and what is now the 23rd pick in this year's draft because the Pelicans traded it for Brandon Ingram. So if you want to follow the winding path, it was they ended up getting Brandon Ingram, Jordan Nwora, Kyra Lewis Jr., and 2 first-round picks.
That sounds better, right? Yeah. That obviously sounds better.
Well, here's the other. If we ignore Jordan Nwora and Kyra Lewis Jr., who aren't on the Raptors anymore, Brandon Ingram, Jacoby Walter, and Jonathan Mogbo is what they got for Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
It's not a great deal.
No, it's not. I mean, this is what happens. It's not black. You can call it blackmail, but call it blackmail for everybody. Right? This is not this wasn't a De'Aaron Fox specific thing. The one team thing, if I were the Kings, I would have said, we're not doing this one team BS. We can't do that. Well, you can't work with us. Even Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant, guys that have done more for their organization and are better than you, De'Aaron, they've given 2-3 teams. The one team thing would have said, I don't think that might be the one Peja argument to the word blackmail, right? But also, you don't have to trade him.
Which is what
the other part of it.
Which is what they should have said from the start. When the Shams report comes out, even if it's not true, just put out a statement that said, like Pat Riley did, even if it's not true, just put out a statement that says, we are not trading De'Aaron Fox.
Y'all ever been to a flea market? Right, you go to a flea market. There was one in downtown Oakland I would always go to right there at Laney College. You go to a flea market. I know they got them out here in Sacramento. Hey, I'll give you 15 for it. No, it's 20. I'll give you 15 for it. No, it's 20. Okay, I'm leaving. Hold on. You got cash? I'll do 15 for cash. It's that simple. I know I'm not sitting here getting paid the big bucks, but this is what we've seen. All right, we're way over time. When we return, continuing the conversation. Also, some highlights, if you want to call them that, from the Athletics groundbreaking ceremony in Vegas. Rob Manfred was in attendance, and somebody named Tyler Rooker. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia. I got a tour of their headquarters. I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief. Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore. Great selection, great factory financing and incentive, and great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock. Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
(916) again. What if Fox left for nothing when his contract ended? Again, his contract is not up now. The conversation was about an extension. De'Aaron Fox's contract is not up until the end of this upcoming season. So they had De'Aaron Fox until this next upcoming season. Now, he was eligible for, or he is currently eligible for an extension. So again, I guess you go into this season, right? You could trade him this season or this offseason. That's the conversation. The conversation, there's no world where you lose De'Aaron Fox for nothing, because you just trade him this offseason and you say, okay, De'Aaron, and I guess to that point, he declines and then he becomes an unrestricted free agent after this upcoming season, but that's when you trade him. Now, again, he would still have that control, right? Where he says, hey, well, I'm on an expiring contract, so I want to get traded wherever. And I guess to fast forward, after that, then he says, well, no, I'm not signing an extension with any of these teams besides the Spurs. And then maybe, at that point, you do say uncle, right? But again, you didn't have to say uncle at that moment. Maybe things have changed, right? Who knows? Maybe it's more so not about doing business with the Spurs. Maybe it's more so about, okay, it doesn't really make sense to go after Zach LaVine. It makes more sense to get a better, a more future-focused haul, right? You just give yourself more time. So maybe you do have to say uncle and work with the Spurs. Maybe, but you make that decision at this time when you've gathered more information.
Well, and also that's what De'Aaron has said he thought was going to happen. He thought that they were going to play out the season and then get to the summer and decide where they wanted to go. Once it became, hey, I only want to play for Sacramento or San Antonio, and we're rehashing it again, but it's like they didn't have to do that. They just didn't think they were going to get a better deal come the summer, which even if you didn't, so what, right? Like, just sit on the season. It's not going to go the way you want. Maybe you get to keep the pick because De'Aaron has to have the surgery and you're in a better position than you are now. The problem was just the trade that they made was 70 cents on the dollar when there were so many other combinations that could have happened in the summer. Even if he ends up in San Antonio and they still get Zach LaVine, you still might have had the pick and it wouldn't have gone as off the rails as it felt like it did at the back end of the trade deadline, where everyone's like, well, now we're all unhappy because we're, we all have to figure out how to play together.
Yeah, it just would have been the more traditional thing to do, right? The idea of there's really no world where you lose De'Aaron for nothing. Maybe you argue that you lost him for less than what you traded him for, but we're already having that conversation, and the Kings are with the contract and Zach LaVine that we're trying to figure out the value for anyway. But there's no world where you would have lost De'Aaron Fox for nothing. It just may have been less than what you traded for, and maybe that quote unquote less would have made more sense. We'll never know. So that's the situation there. What we do know, at least we think we know, is that the Athletics have broken some sort of ground. Senor Segway strikes again. That's right. Have broken some sort of ground out there in Las Vegas. I saw Stomper was on hand, as well as a couple others from the A's organization. Kyle, let's hear from Rob Manfred and what he had to say as far as opening day 2028 in Las Vegas.
I'm sure between now and 2028, I'm going to be back here in Las Vegas. But I'll tell you one thing absolutely for certain. I will be here opening day 2028 to celebrate with John Fisher, his entire team, and I hope the entire state of Nevada. Thank you very much.
When's he retire again?
Was it 2031?
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay, so that's Rob Manfred. We did it. We're making it happen. We're breaking ground. Did you see the report?
2029.
Okay, so right.
His
after,
last year,
yes.
his swan song is going to be.
I saw a report, and I know people are roasting, and obviously Oakland is having there's a lot of back and forth here, and it's funny because Sacramentans just don't really have a dog in the fight. They're just kind of watching Vegas and Oakland fight with each other in Sacramento now. So it's funny, the Sacramento-Oakland thing, I feel like that's gone now. There's no more beef between Sacramento and Oakland because Sacramento doesn't necessarily feel like they won or lost. It's just, yeah, the A's aren't really claiming us, so there's really no need in fighting with Oakland.
Sacramento anymore. Just stopped fighting.
Yeah, they're just kind of here. We go to games when a big name is in the building. And I do want to pay attention to this. All of and they'll remain nameless. And I had conversation, like I have conversations with, with people, and whether they're competitors or not, it is what it is. We're grown men. We can talk. Some of the things that were said as far as kind of bagging on Oakland as a ways to prop up Sacramento during the beginning of the season with some of those, there's only 4 of them, but some of those early sellouts. I'll tell you this right now. I'd be very surprised if people are still taking digs at Oakland from Sacramento during this 4th of July get down with the Giants, because this isn't your fight anymore. They broke ground in Vegas. Now, things could fall through, don't get me wrong, but this is not you are attempting to claim you tried early. Don't get it twisted like you didn't. You wanted to claim the A's. And I guarantee you, I won't guarantee because people like to be petty, but 4th of July, it's going to be packed. I don't think we'll see a lot of Oakland slander the way we saw at the beginning of the season, because people feel differently about the A's now than they did when the season was first kicked off.
Yeah, I think we've kind of checked out, right? I don't think anyone's down for the fight because no one's really claiming the A's at this point. They just kind of are existing. And there's not really a lot of content it's providing, but just to the point about the stadium falling through, there's still that $1 billion funding gap, and the Ricky Henderson of blogs people kind of broke down the financing of it, where it's like baseball has a loan program plus the Nevada money, plus they got a loan from a bank, but Fisher's got to front $1 billion, and we suspect that's why the Earthquakes were put up for sale last week, is to take that cash and then use it to front the rest of the stadium deal. We'll see if they get $600 million for the Earthquakes like they're looking for, but if they sell majority interest in that team, then I'm guessing it's either that or sell your Gap stock, and I don't think John Fisher's planning to do that when Gap stock is kind of at a low right now.
There was also a TV station that I saw the screenshot. They called Brent Rooker Tyler Rooker. What's going on there?
Yeah. Apparently, they were also reporting that the cranes in the background were just rented for a day.
I saw. That's what I was going to say. I saw a report that the cranes, it was all fake.
Yeah, it was rented.
Yes.
For one day, and that they're not actually going to be used on the actual building. So what did we even do this for? There was no actual breaking ground. They were fake cranes.
To prove that it's happening, even though there's no money for it to happen. And there's no cranes. There's no real dirt. It was a planter box. We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
See.
We got to figure out where that money's coming from.
That's right. We will see what happens. What's going to happen when we return? We are breaking down the Jrue Holiday trade and CJ McCollum to the Wizards. Should the Kings be a part of the CJ McCollum extravaganza on the back end of his career? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness,
I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the way Nick Kurtz has been going, it's easy to forget that just over a year ago, he was finishing his college career at Wake Forest. Back-to-back game-winning home runs, including the 447-foot walk-off shot against the Astros to begin the most recent homestand, the longest walk-off for the A's since they began keeping track of those things 10 years ago. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, sacsuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. sacsuperstore.com.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
One more hour with you, a little bit of housekeeping, if you will. Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee is, I guess, kind of calling out Evan Sidery for his report, and essentially Evan Sidery, who we've had on the show before, and the aggregation sensation that is the NBA. It is what it is. You got to be real careful here. And when we had the Jason Anderson conversation as far as Keon and Keegan being untouchable, we tried to continue just caveat with the idea that, look, nobody is untouchable. There are obviously guys that the Kings would prefer not to move. So Jason Anderson quote tweeted Evan Sidery about 13 minutes ago and said, just want to make one thing clear. My story says the Kings, and here's the quote, my story says the Kings, quote, would be reluctant to part with either player, close quote. To my knowledge, no one is completely off limits. That is what Jason Anderson said. But of course, this is kind of how it goes. The Sidery posted this 4 hours ago. He's at 45,000 views. Okay. And Anderson is now saying, hey, Sidery has kind of gotten called out before, and multiple people have gotten called out. It's not just an Evan Sidery thing. But yeah, Anderson now is trying to correct it. And what Sidery said has probably been aggregated somewhere else and somewhere else and somewhere else. And that's just the world that we're living in. And, from our side, like we said, nobody is ever untouchable. Now, whether the word is, the quote is reluctant, the quote is not interested, those guys are, and again, it's funny because we're all on this same page here, and it's not necessarily surprising information that the two young assets that they have, they don't really want to move off of, and the better deals that they do have in Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray, obviously they don't want to move off of that. But you just gotta ring it out for everything it's worth, and that's just kind of what it is. So we wanted to clarify in case anybody wasn't sure, because that's up on our YouTube as well if you missed it. But yeah, Jason Anderson just confirming that the quote was reluctant to part with either player. The idea that they won't. Again, Luka, whenever, not interested, Luka, okay, it is what it is. I did have an interesting, and amidst all the trades and things like that, I did have an interesting piece. And Logan Murdoch of The Ringer, I've met him once or twice at some of the Kings games, specifically when the Kings are playing the Warriors. Logan Murdoch put out an article, and KD is doing his KD thing. This is what Logan Murdoch had to say, and Warriors World kind of posted the excerpt from The Ringer, and you have KD being a part of the conversation. And this is always just fun, just for a little bit of drama here. This is what Logan Murdoch, and this is what he actually writes. On his many stops through the NBA, Durant's exit, he goes on, Durant's exit from the Bay Area arguably had more to do with his issues with Steve Kerr than any shouting match with Draymond Green. Durant repeatedly complained both publicly and privately about Kerr's offensive principles during his final season with the Warriors, and he continued to do so even after he left for Brooklyn. The two have since reconciled, but league sources identify Kerr, just funny, league sources identify Kerr as among the reasons Durant opted not to return to Golden State at the trade deadline. In Gotham, Durant had similar critiques of Nash's concepts, and the coach was later fired during Durant's last season.
Which is crazy because he wanted Nash in the first place.
And this past season, cameras routinely caught him in verbal spars with Suns coach Mike Budenholzer, arguing him to simplify the offense, yelling at him during possession changes, or pouting in the corner in protest as the offense flowed without him. There is beef, ladies and gentlemen. Logan Murdoch, this thing definitely goes back. Okay, now you have Kevin Durant reacting to this, and he responds to Warriors World saying, "We still on this. Obvious opportunity for Logan Murdoch to gain even more attention and try to revive his career by using my name and the Warriors. The audience is, in all caps, sick and tired of the same bull bleep narrative. Be better, my man." This is some real beef. And Kevin Durant, I don't know how much in the in Oklahoma City. But Kevin Durant had beefed with multiple media members in Golden State. There was so much drama with his decision and the cupcake and the snake and all this stuff. So clearly there's something here, because for Logan Murdoch to at the end add the pouting in the corner in protest as the offense flowed without him, that is a real, and the Ringer at this point, I mean, people love the Ringer, man. So if the Ringer is letting, and obviously Logan Murdoch has been doing this for years, put your name on it. Logan Murdoch did. This is some real deal. I'm trying to make, and I got on Ramona Shelburne, okay, where with the Russell Westbrook stuff, and that was during the playoffs, things like that. This is just, again, KD recently traded, and Logan Murdoch obviously is crafting it as it pertains to the Warriors, because that's kind of his area. And KD is saying this is not it. So who is lying now, KD? Because we have Boogie, who's now a newsbreaker, saying that y'all were throwing bows in the locker room. We never got a chance to report this, that KD responded, or maybe we did report that KD responded to Boogie saying that never happened. Boogie said, fam, it was your team. Your teammates told me this. So where does that end? Now Now Kevin Durant saying none of that happened. Now I will say this line here where it says cameras routinely caught him in verbal spars with Coach Mike Budenholzer. Possibly true, yes. But again, urging him to simplify the offense, yelling at him during possession changes, or pouting in the court. I don't know if we have, even the pouting, I guess you could prove, but I don't know if we know, okay, they might have been arguing, but how do we know they were arguing about simplifying the offense? How do we know that?
That is, I'm sure it's not information you can't find. I mean, I just don't know. Logan's not saying it like league sources are saying. He's just reporting that that's what was happening. So I don't know. Maybe just someone was by the desk and heard it. I don't know. I'm or by the scorer's table. I don't know where you get that information from. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying that we don't have to. It is probably true, right? Because there is a journalistic standard of like, I am reporting this to be fact and am open to libel situation if it's not true. So I'm going to just presume that probably did happen.
I think, to me, I just found this article random, and maybe not so random when it comes to Kevin Durant and obviously entertaining. But to me, Kevin Durant might be one of the most complex, confusing people the league has ever seen, because he's got to get tired at some point, right? I mean, you're not in Phoenix anymore. So what are you arguing, KD? So there weren't fights, you didn't have a problem with Buddha. What exactly are you disputing? Because you're not in Phoenix anymore. We've seen this movie before with you. And it goes from, he's talking Steve Kerr, the offensive principles. Obviously, if you remember, Steve Nash was, he wasn't a coach, but he was helping with the Warriors during that time.
He was KD's personal coach.
Which is why that whole thing happened with the Nets. So I think it just kind of speaks to KD doesn't know what he wants. And that's why KD is probably saying that's bull bleep. But this whole thing is hilarious.
Well, regardless of what the reasons are, even if KD wants to argue or anyone wants to argue like the nitty gritty details, like they had a deal to send him to the Warriors and KD said no.
Right.
That we know that is true. That is a verified, reported fact that the Suns and Warriors had a trade and KD said no.
KD claimed, I believe at the time, that it was, I wanted to finish the season out with my brothers. It was essentially, I want to finish what we started. / nobody likes being traded during the trade deadline, which we get. And Logan Murdoch is saying, yeah, I covered you for a while, KD. I don't believe that. And I covered you while you were with the Warriors. So I'm going to dig deeper. And look, and then you read the tea leaves in the other way. And we know KD said, remember I'm going in the time machine here. Are we supposed to be playing with joy? right? That was what KD clearly had a problem with. That was clearly a slight at Steve Kerr while they were still in the same team.
Yeah.
That was the last season. So clearly KD likes to look. Some of this stuff might get a little beefed up. And I'm not saying it's a Logan Murdoch thing. I'm just saying it could be just something that happens. But KD likes to act like this stuff is coming out of nowhere, and he likes to control the narrative, and he just doesn't realize some of this stuff you just have to wear. You got to wear some of this stuff.
But we're 10 years past that with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant decided
he said, we still on this? Question mark.
Well, that specifically, but Kevin Durant decided 10 years ago that I'm going to be the guy who fights everyone on the internet. And he listens to every single slight. I don't know, Ethan Strauss's book, which is now like 5 or 6 years old, but it's kind of the definitive account of that Kevin Durant Warriors run, is like he would listen to like relatively obscure Warriors podcasts and then call out those people for like, he's decided that he is a hater for the love of the game. And of course, anytime his name is going to get mentioned up for better or for worse, he's talking about it and responding to it. It's just so fascinating that this is the lane that he's chosen when he's so above this.
But is he?
Yes. He's one of the 20 greatest players in NBA history.
That doesn't mean he's above this. He's not above this. He loves it.
By stature, I'm saying he is above this. Pretty much all of these NBA players are above this. CJ McCollum is above this. He's not Kevin Durant. Like, it is remarkable that he has just decided to pick the fights every time. And it's really fascinating how he... I'm trying to be nice. It is really fascinating that he's making the fight of, I actually do like Steve Kerr, when this is reported. Like, we know.
Well, he's not saying he doesn't like. He's not. Well, hold on. He's not saying he likes Steve Kerr. He's saying. Well, here's the problem. Logan said a lot.
Yeah.
So he could be. KD might be saying, well, the Warriors stuff is true, but the Steve Nash stuff isn't true.
Or the Budenholzer
stuff isn't true. So KD he's not going to give you a detail and say, he's just going to make Logan try to look like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. The whole thing is fascinating. And look, from the Warriors standpoint of it, like, we know they wanted to trade for him and Kevin shut it down. And we know he doesn't have a problem with Draymond Green. And we know he doesn't really have a problem with Steph Curry. But he also just doesn't want to be around that organization for whatever his reasons are. Because when the trade came up again this year, the Warriors weren't even in the conversation. Now, granted, they pivoted to Jimmy Butler, and they wouldn't be able to get him without trading Jimmy Butler. But at a certain point, the Warriors just accepted that this thing was not going to reunite back together. And I guess everyone just went their separate ways. I don't know why you feel the need to defend that decision when you've now just been traded to a completely new team also.
So that is what the newest news is with Kevin Durant. As far as around the league, CJ McCollum, he can't hurt us anymore. He can't hurt. Well, he can hurt us. What they play once a year? I
was going to say the Wizards one probably hurt more than any other loss last year.
Yeah.
So if he does it to us on the Wizards,
yeah, he's not in the West anymore. Everyone, the New Orleans Pelicans are trading CJ McCollum and Kelly Olynyk and a future second-round pick to the Washington Wizards for Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and the number 40 pick. Sources tell ESPN. That's from Shams. And now there's a new Kings killer in town. And maybe Jordan Poole will be too busy trying to kill the Warriors now that he'll be in the Western Conference. But the Wizards bring on some more expiring money, and the Pelicans decide to try to go younger. In a way, you're basically getting a younger CJ McCollum, if you want to look at it like that. I think Jordan Poole, I know he tends to turn the ball over, but in theory, he's a slightly better playmaker than CJ McCollum. I think slightly. He's nobody's point guard, but I think you can get more out of him in that regard.
I loved our friend Keith Smith, friend of the show, friend of the station, who tweeted out afterwards, my initial reaction is this is like when you and your friend are getting roasted in fantasy football, and so you just make a trade in the middle of the day just to say we did something.
Yeah, so that is the newest news, and I don't think we're done. I think something else might happen here. It's a long day. It's a long night, and we're leading up to the draft. And obviously, Cooper Flagg is the projected number 1 pick. I think after that, it's starting to get confusing. I've read stuff about the Sixers trying to drop it down low, and they don't want to deal with the Ace Bailey drama. Who Ace Bailey doesn't seem to want to be with the Sixers. Or anybody that is actually going to be good. So I think a lot of movement could happen here. We're trying to react to the Jrue Holiday stuff and how much better the Blazers are. I mean, at least the Blazers, when you look at the issues that the Blazers have had, you still have, I mean, does it just get to a point where you just decide, yeah, we're going to eat Jeremy Grant's contract and he can come off the bench, and we actually like DeAndre Ayton, and we think that there's a world where, me personally, I don't know what the star potential is with Donovan Clingan. I don't know. So I don't really, and I don't know why they drafted him, to be completely honest with you. So to me, I don't really see a world where DeAndre Ayton is holding back Donovan Clingan, but I wouldn't have drafted Donovan Clingan.
Right. I think they probably either Clingan makes a leap this year or next summer they probably package him for another star, right? Yeah. That's probably the way that one goes. Just pulling up the draft from last year, they could have had Rob Dillingham, Zach Edey, Matas.
Okay.
They could have drafted Topic. They could have drafted Devin Carter. They could have drafted Khalil Ware, I guess.
I guess Khalil Ware I just don't know that Clingan is pushing DeAndre Ayton out.
But right? I feel like that's unfair to Clingan only because he was a regarded as a better prospect than all of those guys coming out of the draft.
Yeah, and that's the decision that goes back to best player or best available player or position, right? Fine, you can argue that the Blazers decided to take best player, but the problem with taking best player is, are you putting that best player in a good position?
Yeah, I guess that's the tough part for Portland is like Clingan is not log jammed because it's, him and Ayton. Well, I guess Time Lord is still there, but I don't think Time Lord's going to play.
No.
It's him and Ayton, then you could argue younger, but DeAndre Ayton's a former number 1 pick who was the 3rd best player on a team that almost went to the championship. So I would imagine they would want to keep Ayton around, even though he's basically just 8 minutes for the last 2 years on that team.
Do you think, let's say that they had it to do over again, or let's flip it. If Clingan hadn't have been drafted, right, and let's say the Blazers took Zach Edey, do you think the Grizzlies would have taken Clingan?
I think so. I mean, Clingan is 7'2". Let's not forget, he's kind of Zach Edey in terms of playing style.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that they would have still taken Donovan Clingan because people were saying Clingan was going to be a top 5 pick in the draft, and then the Hornets took Dejan Salon, and all of a sudden he started falling. So I don't know. I think they would have taken Clingan over what Khalil Ware would have been the other option for
if they felt like
Memphis.
They really needed a big man. Yeah, if that was their decision, somebody to pair alongside Triple J out there. So yeah, and I saw reports that I'm still waiting for my invite, but apparently there's a draft media party tomorrow. I saw that report, but why would the Kings have a media party with no first round picks?
What do you mean? They still got pick 42.
People are doing the Brian Windhorst fingers and trying to figure out, does this mean they're going to make a move? I think it means that they don't know. I think it means that we might make a move. We're not sure.
Oh, actually, I just realized the draft is 2 days now, so the second round wouldn't even be until Thursday.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Just to close the loop on the Portland thing, like if we talked about the McCollum thing earlier, and just to kind of bring it all back together, if New Orleans decided all of a sudden, hey, we will give you Portland, we will give you DeAndre Ayton, Donovan Klingon, the 7th pick in the draft, or I forgot, Portland has like 10 or something. 10th pick in the draft, 2 future firsts, you give us Zion Williamson. If I told you Portland was Scoot Henderson, Jrue Holiday, Denny Advia, Tumani Kamara, and Zion Williamson, like, would you say that team is all of a sudden like a contender now? Because then you're just making the point of, I don't believe in Klingon or Ayton necessarily.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It'll be interesting what decisions are made, and as we continue the conversation, we're talking vengeance and revenge tours. Lamar had some things to say as it pertains to their revenge tour, and when it comes to the NBA, who should be looking for revenge? Like Drizzy says, when we get back. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the Sacramento skyline, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about providing summer smiles. During June, we're offering a Summer Smiles special, $149 off braces, or $250 off Invisalign, and a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Free wellness, red light therapy, infrared trim pod, cold plunge, halo therapy, massage, cryotherapy, sunbeds, and more. All services all week, all customers free during Wellness Week at California Sun Wellness Spas. No sign-up required, walk-ins welcome. Free at all California Sun Wellness Spa locations. This week only. CaliforniaSun.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
With great deals coming this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking,
you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Well, Doug Chrissy's coaching staff is official. This is from Sean Cunningham 4 minutes ago. Doug Chrissy's Sacramento Kings coaching staff is official. Associate head coach Mike Woodson, Bobby Jackson, Mike Miller, Chris Darnell, and Leandro Barbosa are assistants. Deepes Mystery elevated to assistant coach and player development. Paul Jesperson, head of player development, joined by Jimmy Alapag and Garius Adams. Will Scott, Shannon Biggie Goldman as head video coordinator, and Steph Ingo as assistant video coordinator. No clue if, I'm not going to sit there, man, that's a fire coaching staff, right, once you get to the bottom of it. But, yeah, we know what Mike Woodson has done in this league. We know what Bobby Jackson has done in this league and guys like that, obviously Mike Miller, Leandro Barbosa. So it gives the Kings an identity, and we're going to find out soon what that identity is. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Javi, who's been holding on. He's got a trade for us. What's up, Javi? What you got for us?
How you doing today, Mr. Stiles and Mr. Kyle?
Hey.
Had a draft day trade. I think we all need to realize as Kings fans, if we're going to get back any sort of competition for Wiggins, as long as that pick that we're trying to get on the 20th overall pick, I'll call Miami. They were short on what last year? Scoring, and the multitude of ways that they didn't have displayed last season. You call them, you're going to have to offer 2 of your 3 best scorers. I'll call them off from Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, as well as Terrence Davis. Those 2 second-round picks that are now available now that the Kevin Huerter first-round pick in the Atlanta trade is conveyed. You get back Wiggins, Jaquez, Highsmith, and Terry Rozier, and you get their 20th overall pick. Why the Kings do it, they get a temporary filler in Rozier. They get a great wing defender in Highsmith and Wiggins. They get the upside in Jaquez. They get back in the first round. Why the Heat do it, they get somebody to pair with Hero at the guard position. They get DeRozan, another scorer. They had horrible scoring last year. I think it's a win-win.
Yeah, I think the problem is now, Javi, and I don't know if I'm falling for it. Thanks for the call, as always. I don't know if I'm falling for it, but that sounded like it wasn't enough for what they're getting back. And I know I've been roasting Heat fans for overvaluing their guys, but that sounded like this DeMar DeRozan thing, as good as I felt about it this whole time, now I'm getting a little worried. Now I'm getting a little worried about, I'm talking to Sam Quinn at CBS Sports. Go check out that interview. That's up on YouTube right now. I'm getting a smidge worried about that value, but I like the return. I like Jaquez. I like the 20th for sure, and Highsmith. This brings us back to Carmichael Dave is getting absolutely shredded. Okay, now they have, and it's funny because Carmichael Dave won't. Maybe he did see it because Dave he'll be on a lot of different social media avenues too. But this Heat culture Twitter handle And I don't know if these people just have, because they got me yesterday too, but this Heat Culture Twitter handle, they found Dave's proposed trade. And that was the Kings receive Bam, Rozier, Jaime, and the 20th pick, and the Heat receive Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan. And Dave he's been getting fried all day. He's been getting fried all day. And I say all that to say I'm starting to get confused as to and I don't know if I'm falling for it, what Miami has or what the fans are pushing here. But yeah, to Javi's point, Malik and DeRozan, I think that a lot of people, and maybe this is a little bit of the PR thing, but a lot of people are just struggling with DeMar DeRozan's value. I think DeMar DeRozan, I'm starting to get a little scared now as to what DeMar DeRozan's value is. I'm still staying hopeful that it's being a little undersold and undervalued, but I'm starting to get scared here. And I know there are people out there that just like to have fun at the Kings' expense and hate on the Kings, but I'm getting a little worried here as far as what the Kings are going to be able to get back for one DeMar DeRozan. But thanks for the call, Javier. And the Malik Monk of it all, I know the Raptors said that they were interested. I think Malik, we were talking values earlier, and what value does Malik Monk have, or obviously Keegan Murray with the report of Jason Anderson, Keegan and Keon. Where does Malik kind of live in that regard? But yeah, I don't know. It's not that it's a bad trade, Javi. I'm just starting to be pessimistic as to what DeMar's trade value is. And I've said I don't want to make a bad trade. I'm not against running it back with a point guard. I'm just not. Looking at some of the moves that can be made also makes you think who is looking to get over the hump this next season. It's not just in the NBA, but it's also in the NFL. This is what Lamar had to say in his first kind of media outing since the loss to the Bills. Lamar says, "We're going to bounce back," he told reporters Tuesday when discussing Baltimore's 27-25 loss to the Buffalo Bills in the AFC divisional round. "And when we come back, I feel like we're going to have vengeance on our mind." Now, he did not say revenge tour. He didn't say it. That should just be banned.
Just vengeance on the mind.
He said vengeance on the mind like he's Batman. So my question is, how do you rank the vengeance, right? How do you rank the revenge tours in the NFL and in the NBA? Because I'm looking here in the NBA, you could say the Pacers got a revenge tour, even though they're not going to have Halliburton. The Timberwolves could have a revenge tour. Okay, they took things to the brink. The Celtics could have a revenge tour. They had a conversation as far as repeating. The Warriors, if it wasn't for Steph's hammy, we got a revenge tour on our mind.
That's not a revenge tour.
Where do we start and stop the revenge tours?
If you weren't supposed to win, it's not a revenge tour, okay? Maybe the Warriors believed they were going to beat the Timberwolves with Steph Curry, but the Celtics were down 3-1 before Jason Tatum blew out his Achilles.
The Knicks revenge tour. That's a revenge tour.
That one I could get behind because they probably should have won that series, right? Their revenge tour is the Tyrese Halliburton choke, and it was taken from us. But like even Lamar Jackson, my guy, you went on the road for that playoff game. You were not expected to beat Buffalo. That was a road playoff game in Buffalo.
They worked hard to even get to that point. To be in that game. Now, someone could say that was kind of Lamar's fault with the pick, but that's just what it is. So now I'm looking here at the NFL. We're talking about Lamar revenge. What about the Bills? We got the Bills revenge. The Chiefs, they lost in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
The Niners, then we all need revenge.
The Niners, that's kind of cute. But Buffalo is interesting because
the Commanders.
That's an overachiever. The Commanders are just happy they were there. You know who might have a case is the Bucks, only because like if that field goal hadn't bounced in from the Commanders, we would have been in the NFC Championship game. But I will say Buffalo is interesting because even though they were supposed to lose that game, like they're now 0-4 against Kansas City.
Right.
Right.
The Bengals. Where does the revenge tour stop and end?
The Bengals' revenge tour is against their own general manager.
Yeah.
That's what their revenge is. But Buffalo's fascinating. I didn't realize this, but you know that Josh Allen is the only quarterback who has won an MVP that has gone 0-4 in the playoffs against a single opponent.
No, Kyle, I did not know that.
And like this is the fact. Kansas City beating them 4 times in a row is like that's just never happened before. Look, like losing 4 times in a row is like if you lose the 5th one, now we're just in completely uncharted territory. So I could get it for Buffalo. It's like if you lose 5 times to Kansas City, whether you're expected to win or not, like at a certain point. It's revenge. We're past revenge at this point. We're just, I want to destroy you so bad and I can't.
It's just, I don't know what to do with the revenge. There's so much revenge to be had. The Nuggets, the Clippers, game 7, huh?
The Nuggets I could see because Jokic and Shea, that one.
Who gets to have revenge? Do the Kings revenge
against the Mavericks, against Anthony Davis,
against being a competent team.
You know who had a revenge tour? That bum Klay Thompson. He had a revenge. He avenged his playoff defeat. You know, so that kind of counts for that bum Klay Thompson
revenge. Who else? Well, I feel like we're missing some.
Well, now we're just laughing
because now I want to extend. I want there to be revenge. I want everybody to have their own
Detroit Lions
tour. Detroit Lions
revenge tour.
Revenge tour. That's perfect. They literally, if you could say all of the injuries, that's revengey. That's revengey to me.
What a moment in time that was. Remember when they dragged LiAngelo Ball out during the pregame show?
Goodness.
What a weird time that was where Detroit was getting hyped by dragging
Here we go. How can we forget? The Grizzlies, revenge.
No,
yes.
No.
Ja doesn't go down.
Go down? You're saying against the Thunder after they lost by 51?
The Cavs, revenge. They were missed a 1/4 of their rotation.
It doesn't hit different. It doesn't hit the same.
The Pistons. Who was it? Missed that Malik Beasley. Missed that 3. It's all revenge.
No, you're just saying if you lose. What? Wait, so now the Pistons are on a revenge tour against the Knicks, who are on a revenge tour. How about that? If the team you're trying to get revenge against is not thinking about you, then I don't think it counts. Like the Knicks are like, we don't care about the Pacers.
Who else is there? The Raiders.
I haven't won a playoff game in.
Oh, there you go. The Vikings. Oh, man, I'm going to take us where Sam Darnold couldn't. I'm JJ McCarthy.
I'm going to get us to 14 wins and only lose by 7 points.
The Falcons. Now there's some revenge. Who else is there? Oh, there. How could I forget my boy, Bo Nix? Bo Nix. That's revengey. The Texans.
You're just naming people who lost.
The Cowboys.
Who is the Cowboys avenging? Who are they trying to get back at? I'm saying who is their target? Like
Jerry. Somehow, some way. Who else is there?
Who else are teams that exist?
The Jets against Aaron Rodgers.
They play week 1.
Wow.
Their revenge tour ends after week 1, and they're just the Jets. Oh, yeah. Justin Fields going up against the Steelers.
Justin Fields. The New York Giants, and whoever's going to be at quarterback.
Jameis Winston revenge tour.
Wow, there's just too many revenge tours. I love it.
Oh wait, they have Russell Wilson. I guess that kind of. Who is he mad at?
No one. Subway for not airing those the Rustwich sandwiches.
Yeah. What happened to that? Subway just doesn't have any advertisers anymore?
I'm not touching that. One more segment with you, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
Anyone can get you employee pricing, but at Hoblet, it's all about the plus that you can only get here. Save up to $13,000 off MSRP on brand new 2025 heavy-duty Ram 2500 and 3500s. We have over 500 new Rams available, so your new Ram is waiting at Hoblet.
Well, how do you like the new heavy-duty trucks?
I love it. I took the new Ram 2500 with the high-output diesel and 8-speed transmission to Tahoe last weekend, and I have to say, I've not had this much fun driving a new truck in a long time. I've been driving diesels for 25 years, and this is easily the most fun, most powerful, and most responsive truck so far.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody
be tablet, period.
13,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 and 3500 Laramie after 4,000 factory rebates and 9,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash and $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. Age of this net savings. Sample VIN 525043. See dealer for details.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Not one, not two, not three, not four. 40 years.
40.
Married.
What? Wow. How could that be?
40 years, Whitey?
Yeah.
Married.
My wife doesn't even look 40 years old.
No. Because I don't know how that math works out. I'll need a calculator. Whitey Gleason is back with a beautiful tan.
Aloha.
Yeah, beautiful
I just
tan.
got burned, basically.
How much? So when you go out there, because I know you've been out there before, right?
Yeah.
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 When you go out there, I feel like you guys know what you're doing. You're not doing the touristy thing. And maybe this is a stupid question because I've never been to Hawaii. But
what?
No, I'm working on it. We were talking before. Working on it here. Do you go with do you eat what would be considered Hawaiian food out there or
some?
Okay.
And it's just the fish is so good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Anywhere you can get really good fresh fish.
Okay.
That's the way we go.
Did
a lot
you
of
have-
hiking, a lot of snorkeling, a lot of sleeping.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez,
lot
Louise.
of
How long?
eating.
Yeah, how long were you out there, by the way?
Not long enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You were out there for a while. Well, it's good to have you back. And
Did you see the picture I posted of the octopus I saw snorkeling?
No, I saw a couple of the pics, but not everything.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. So we had a good
you were
time.
so snorkeling, you don't
See,
go
look
all
at
the
that-
way.
look at that
Yeah, you're just kind
octopus.
of on the
Yeah.
surface when you snorkel.
Yeah.
Yes, Al, that is how snorkeling
Yeah,
works.
you're just kind of on
That's
the
what's
surface.
a
You're not
snorkel,
going.
right.
So you wouldn't scuba.
No, scuba, you have the tanks.
No, I know, but you
when you're
would-
snorkeling, sometimes you are supposed to, kick down and
Yeah,
get a better
because
view.
we bought the
Come back
ones.
up.
Right,
Clear
we
that snorkel.
We bought the ones in the pool, where it's just kind
Sure.
of capped. And then you go too far and you gotta you gotta pop back up. So
You're ready for Hawaii. You've been training for it. It sounds like.
I am.
Yeah.
I really am, and we are very, very excited to have you back. I know
That's a lie.
Drapes is. I am. Drapes is.
There's things
along
going
with
on
Jay.
all of a sudden.
Well, I'm trying to give you the floor because your first day back, you kind of got to get back into the flow. I saw you've been on social media on X, getting back into the flow. What is at the top of your? Is it the KD? Obviously KD, but the Jrue Holiday deal, and now obviously we have the CJ McCollum and pool parties headed to New Orleans.
You're a much bigger pool fan than I am.
I think-
much
Yes,
bigger.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Two things real quick. One, listening to you today when you had Eric Martins on,
Mm-hmm.
you got away with asking him a question that I asked a third base coach once, and it didn't go well.
Oh.
And I'm not saying you didn't do it. You did something wrong. Since I guess I didn't answer it right. Didn't you ask him today something about, hey, when you're sending a guy, how much of it is like gut and how?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
And I asked Tim Flannery that once, spring training 2011 with
Okay.
the Giants, and he went off.
What'd he say?
He was
What's
just
the problem?
like, hey, because he thought I was insulting him. Like, oh, do you ever just guess? And I was really trying to, sometimes I would think it's like when you're a player, sometimes you just have like a gut.
Yes.
And I think he had been criticized for some bad sins here or there.
Like he's not doing his research?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like not taking it seriously.
Right,
But he did
right.
not react well to that question. So I was glad you got a better answer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, now I guess I already asked it, but now I would not have.
He
not
laughed
have.
and he said, oh, it's all that.
Yes.
Whereas Flan man just told me, no, what are you talking about?
Right.
That's disrespectful.
Well,
Sorry.
speaking of the Giants, obviously Rafi Devers to the Giants as well.
Got the groin strain, Allen.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
And don't mess with that.
Yeah.
Don't mess with that at
You
all.
gave me a look. You thought I was talking about me or
No,
something.
you were snorkeling is extreme sport. But the other thing is going back to the third baseman conversation. Like I said, you were busy out there in Hawaii, but that play where they end up losing that game it was the Guardians, I believe. They don't send Jung-Hoo Lee because the inning previously Elliot Ramos had hosed somebody at home plate, then they don't send Jung-Hoo Lee. I just don't think you're good enough. You're not good enough hit. You got to send him.
Right.
You got to send him.
Yeah, because you have a chance to score a run there.
Right.
Yeah.
And you cannot trust that offense enough past that.
The other thing I wanted to mention was I wanted to give you kudos because when I left, whenever that was, I know you've been talking about things going on with the Kings, and I think you've mentioned you don't necessarily – you're not the type of guy that's going to, my sources tell me this or that. But you had this story that just was everywhere I looked when I was gone about you, and the Kings have talked with the Heat, but they haven't talked about DeMar DeRozan. It's like, wow, Allen, all of a sudden.
Year 2.
Captain Segway is Captain Sources all of a sudden.
Year 2, Whitey. People are getting hip now. Year 1, who is this good-looking fellow from the Bay Area? Who's
let's not get carried away.
Who is this guy with the velvety voice? And now they're learning that I'm more than that. I'm more than we can sauce up and source up from time to time.
Yeah, you were aggregated everywhere, right?
Yeah. I don't like to talk about it really. It just kind of comes with the territory. And
he sees 120,000 views on Twitter, and it's just like it's just another day.
I don't really. It's just what's expected. This is only the beginning, and it's only the beginning of your return, Whitey.
So what have they been talking about if they weren't talking about DeMar DeRozan?
I wish this was literally said. Hey, you can't say this part, but I do know.
Yeah,
I do know.
Right.
You won't even tell me, Whitey. Not even off the air.
I do know, but this is how the sources they give it, the sources they take it.
Yeah.
So of course they tell me that. I'm just, I'm a locked door, obviously.
Right.
But if you look, you follow me on social media, you read the tea leaves. Okay? You read you take a crumb here and a crumb there.
I can't believe they want Terrence Davis that bad. It's crazy.
You take a spam Masubi there and a spam Masubi here.
I don't have the sources you have, but I think they've been talking to pretty much everybody about everything. Like, what do you think of this? Hey, how are you? What about this?
Yeah.
So
the logical Raptor. We got a Raptors fan who I don't know if
a Raptors fan.
Yeah, they've been with us for a couple weeks now. They
Good
say
for them. That's kind of a rare breed.
The word is it's Monk and Carter. I can't say, but you're not. I'm not touching it. But you're not.
Are we talking about the Heat or are we talking about the Raptors now?
The Raptors is talking. I think actually that's a good point. I think we're talking about the Heat. Still.
Okay, all right, I got you.
But
I got you.
I'm just saying.
You're not denying that. That's interesting.
No. Well, I'm not. I can't deny it, but it's also if I could deny, I can't say.
Yeah,
I can't say.
All right.
Okay, but just follow me on social media.
I do.
What's coming? I know you do. What's coming up?
For a long time, I've followed you.
Yeah, and you muted me.
Finally, it's almost starting to pay off.
You muted me a long time ago. Whitey, what's coming up on your return show?
Jason Anderson today.
Okay, so all right.
Us.
You saw he had to
clarify.
Yeah.
So we'll get further clarification from him, what's going on with the Kings. And then, the pack is reunited today with so much going on.
That's right. Well, I know that I will be tuned in for as long as I can before the River Kitties are back. I got to double check. I believe Bryce Eldridge I'm going to finally get to watch the man, the myth, the legend. I'm going to be about to run a promo. Hey, can we just hold on? I need to watch my guy, Bryce Eldridge hit because.
What was the thing you were talking to somebody about mosquitoes today? My goodness.
I did a mosquito promo. I got diapers to pay for, Whitey. Oh, yeah. We announced while you were gone that everyone knows about number 2 now.
Yes.
Well, by the way, everyone knows still. We told everyone that Dave still doesn't know. And so far, we've gotten about, Kyle, a week out. And everybody has stayed mum's the word. So one day in September,
Okay.
I'm just in end of August, I'm just going to disappear.
Yeah, he's got his hands full with all those Heat fans right now.
Oh, my. He's getting fried. I'm getting cooked. That dude is getting cooked. All right, enough out of me. Drive Guys, fully loaded Drive Guys up next. Jason Anderson, Sacramento B. I'm going to be listening. Make sure Jason's not mad at me for how we reported it. Great stuff from Sam Quinn, CBS Sports, Eric Martins, Athletics. Great stuff as always from Kyle Ledbetter. And you have a lot to get to.
Yeah.
With the Drive Guys. Until tomorrow. And Jay Woods, great job training as well. Until tomorrow, secure the bag, like the beam.
Let me get off your podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep